Since life began 3.5 billion years ago, species have appeared, evolved, and vanished in step with the ebb and flow of environmental conditions. To unveil the beauty and fragility of nature, the oceanographic schooner Sedna IV has set out on a mission, 1,000 days for the planet. Leading the expedition is Jean Lemire.
We set sail for the Galapagos Islands, true icons of the amazing biodiversity of our planet. Here, nature's spectacle has fascinated people for generations. Conservation is fundamental on the Galapagos, and the protection measures implemented here can help establish more balanced relations between humans and the other species with whom we share the globe.
Located more than 1,000 kilometers off the coast of Ecuador, these remote islands are among the most famous in the vast Pacific Ocean. But for centuries, the archipelago was known only to a few sailors who kept its existence secret. Back in the day, the islands were a larder for pirates. The local wildlife made easy pickings. They had no fear because there were no natural predators. Passing sailors introduced a number of animals, and these have multiplied. Goats, rats, and other invasive species still threaten the unique flora and fauna of these remote islands. But a new threat is looming, more insidious than tourism or even the introduction of exotic invasive species: climate change. The island's extraordinary richness is due in large part to the interplay of the great ocean currents that help regulate the climate of our planet. In this region, the Humboldt Current flows north from the Antarctic, skirting the coasts of Chile and Peru. This deep water stream, 7 or 8 degrees colder than the surrounding ocean at these latitudes, comes to the surface bringing nutrients that stimulate the growth of plant and animal plankton on which many species of fish feed. This abundance of food is a boon for many animals, like the Galapagos penguin, the most northerly species of penguin on the planet. The geographic location of the Galapagos Islands isn't an ideal habitat for penguins, but they've been able to adapt to the tropical climate thanks to the cold ocean currents that bathe the archipelago. To escape the heat, Galapagos penguins spend most of their time in the water and only return to land at sundown. But an increasingly frequent climatic anomaly is threatening the survival of these penguins endemic to the Galapagos: El Niño. Normally, the tropical trade winds blow the warm surface waters out to sea, creating a vacuum filled by the upwelling of these cold, nutrient-rich waters from the depths. In El Niño years, the trade winds weaken. The masses of warmer water that accumulate in the western part of the South Pacific travel east, blocking the upwelling of the cold ocean currents all along the coast. The coastal waters heat up even more and cannot support nutrients. The great schools of fish, such as anchovies and sardines, migrate further out to sea, leaving species that depend on them for food to go hungry. 2 major El Niño events in 1982 and 1997 caused a famine among the penguins of the Galapagos. In 1982, El Niño wiped out 77% of the population. Only 463 penguins remained on the Galapagos. 15 years later, in 1997, another extreme El Niño struck hard. That year, 66% of the already diminished population starved to death from lack of food within reach of the archipelago. Today, Galapagos penguin numbers have stabilized at around 2,000 individuals. However, the high mortality rate associated with El Niño means that this weather event is a major and ongoing threat to the survival of this vulnerable species.
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen, all for free. No subscription required. Download Veely now.
Scientists in Galapagos Islands National Park who monitor these climate phenomena have already noted important changes within different ecosystems.
En esta época del año, las iguanas marinas empiezan a hacer su territorio, ¿no?
This is the time of year when marine iguanas start to establish their territory.
Está agarrando su territorio. Normalmente
And these guys are doing that right now.
donde pueden tener varias hembras, si puedes ver. Y en esta época del año, normalmente
They lay out the boundary of an area within which they can control a certain number of females.
Desde los últimos 4 o 5 años, personalmente he visto que
Mating season begins around the 24th, 25th, or 26th of December.
estos son como un reloj,
But for the last 4 or 5 years, they've started mating later.
y empiezan a reproducirse,
They've always
pero
been
el
as
año
regular as
pasado
clockwork.
estaba como por el mes de enero, los primeros días de enero. Y luego,
Last
para
season,
la-
mating didn't
para
start
la
until the
fecha
first
de
few days of
eclosión,
January.
También se demoró 1 o 2 semanas más. Entonces como que se fue extendiendo más el tema del tiempo, ¿no?
With
De la
mating happening
reproducción.
later, the eggs
Claro,
don't start to
esto
hatch until 1 or 2 weeks later than usual. So the whole reproductive process is shifted later in the year.
Tiene, creo, mucho que ver con el tema del cambio climático, con el tema del...
I think climate change is a major factor in the delay in the reproductive cycle.
En Galápagos también se siente.
We're definitely feeling the effects of climate change here in the Galapagos.
La temperatura del mar se toma desde
We've been
hace
keeping
unos
track of
60
ocean
años,
temperatures going back 70
Entonces, hay
years.
datos de unos 60 años que en la actualidad para el
Now
tema
that climate
del
disruptions are a
cambio
big concern,
climático, son
our
una
records
buena
are proving very
referencia
useful
cómo
in
ha ido
identifying
variando
temperature
sus
spikes
temperaturas,
during El Niño
cuándo han
events.
sido los picos más altos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, cuando hay en la época del Niño. Ok, gracias. Lo importante de estos datos es que
This data is vital over the long term. In 20 or 30 years, we'll be able to determine whether or not climate change has had an impact, something that we simply couldn't do with short-term data.
En corto tiempo, ¿no? Este animal que está aquí, le llaman
This animal here is a type of sea crab that originated far away from the Galapagos archipelago.
traído por una corriente cálida en una época del Niño.
They traveled on a warm current during an El Niño event.
Cangrejos en cierta época por el año
We found lots of them here in 1997 and 1998.
con un evento del Niño, ¿no? Se vieron en gran abundancia.
We had
Nunca
never
habían
seen them
antes,
before.
en años anteriores. Insisto,
Their
son
arrival
organismos
allows us to deduce that
indicadores.
ecosystems are affected by changes to the climate. And this is proof that species change, ecosystems change, but also that the habitat where the animals live also undergoes profound changes.
De los sitios donde viven estas especies.
El Niño is unpredictable. The climatic anomaly appears every 2 to 7 years. But many scientists think that the frequency and severity of El Niño events could increase, even double, given the current climatic changes. This could prove fatal to several species endemic to the Galapagos, including sea lions, who depend on the nutritional bounty of the cold Antarctic current. Scientists have noted much higher mortality rates in El Niño years. During the last extreme event, numbers dropped by half.
Lo que se sabe cuando existe un evento
We've
del Niño,
observed that during El Niño events,
en el caso de los lobos
the
marinos,
seals and sea
principalmente
lions
las
have to go
hembras,
further
se
out to
alejan
sea to
más
find
para
food
conseguir
like
este alimento.
anchovies
Para
or
ellos,
sardines.
el alimento principal, por ejemplo, las sardinas, anchovetas, y la madre que está
Nursing
dando a
mothers have to
amamantar a
leave their
una
pups
cría,
alone on
tiene que
shore for
alejarse
longer
más
periods
por
of
más
time.
tiempo. Y esto a veces causa que las crías mueran, ¿no?
The
Porque no
babies go
tienen
without
a
food
la
for
madre
long
que la
stretches
alimenta.
and eventually
Entonces,
weaken and
las
die.
poblaciones principalmente de crías o de
So it's the younger animals that are most seriously affected by these changes to the ecosystem.
cambio, ¿no? en el ecosistema.
At least 90% of the pups will die on the beaches of the Galapagos during extreme El Niño events. and it can take up to 10 years for the population to recover. If, as a majority of scientists think, climate change does increase the severity of El Niño as well as its frequency, the future for these animals, already listed as endangered, is more uncertain than ever. Climate disruptions have no borders and can have dire consequences spread over time and great distances. At the sub-Antarctic Bird Island in the southern Atlantic Ocean, scientists of the British Antarctic Survey noted major die-offs among young fur seals. And these events repeated over time. Years of research have shown that El Niño also takes a toll on wildlife in the Atlantic Ocean, but 2.5 years after the event begins in the Pacific. The band of warm water created by El Niño spreads down the coast of South America, rounds Cape Horn, and flows into the Atlantic, dramatically reducing marine productivity, forcing the fur seals of Bird Island to travel much further in search of food. It took 2.5 years for the warm waters to reach this island in the South Atlantic. But the result is the same. The seal pups starve. The beaches of Bird Island become cemeteries in turn, a testament to the deadly reach of El Niño. In the Galapagos, despite the most stringent conservation practices in the world, many species are under threat. The culprit? The climate crisis, which knows no borders and sneers at conservation measures. A rise in ocean temperature could also have irreparable consequences for the survival of these unique creatures. They have become true symbols of conservation. Marine iguanas, too, are affected by warming seas. Iguanas eat sea algae, which become indigestible as a result of a buildup of a toxin that grows in warm, humid weather. When there's nothing but poor quality algae to eat, and not even much of that, the iguanas are in grave danger. As well, erosion and floods destroy their nests, and the warmer air affects their ability to control their internal body temperature. In one of the most recent extreme El Niño events, almost 90% of marine iguanas died. Torrential rains that accompany El Niño can affect the giant Galapagos tortoise. Nests get flooded, and landslides trap some giant tortoises in ravines. Estimates are that over 250,000 giant tortoises once lived on different islands before the Galapagos were discovered in the 16th century. Caught and kept alive on sailing ship as a source of fresh meat, their numbers plummeted. The introduction of invasive animals like goats and rats also contributed to the decline of giant tortoises throughout the archipelago. In 1974, there were only 3,000 individuals left. But major conservation and captive breeding programs have allowed some subspecies to recover. Today, there are around 20,000 individual animals all told.
This is a male tortoise from Santa Cruz. We're 25 kilometers from the coast. That's why there are around 5,000 of this subspecies left. It's so far inland that the whalers and hunters never bothered coming to get them. These animals are an integral part of our ecosystem. The plants on the Galapagos have evolved in concert with this link of the chain. If it weren't for these tortoises, the vegetation would be completely different. We know that some of these plants even have to pass through the tortoise's digestive system to germinate. The evolution of the island is so intertwined with the tortoises that it's hard to imagine what the islands would look like if there were no tortoises.
Efforts to conserve the last giant Galapagos tortoises have saved some subspecies from extinction. But it was 1 minute to midnight when the reintroduction team arrived on the islands.
I started working with the tortoises when the park was created. At that time, we knew very little about the tortoises. How well was the population doing? Were they in good shape individually and as a species? Where did they come from? Where were they concentrated? We knew nothing about them.
Fausto Llerena is known around the world because of his special relationship with one famous tortoise, Lonesome George. George was the last living male of the Pinta Island subspecies. A bevy of genetically compatible females were introduced to the old bachelor, but in vain. People around the world were enthralled by this amazing story of survival. Today, Fausto Llerena and his team focus on protecting young tortoises for eventual reintroduction on the different islands of the archipelago.
The tortoises live here for 2 years before being released into the wild. They're still very vulnerable during that first year. The biggest danger is rats. Rats don't attack the eggs, just the baby tortoises. But the pigs eat tortoise eggs. Rats can actually eat a small tortoise like this. We've reintegrated 1,800 tortoises from our incubators on Hispaniola Island. At that time, only 15 adult tortoises were left. We brought them here to mate. We had to do that because they weren't reproducing in the wild. The few who survived were dispersed all over the island. It was almost impossible for males and females to find each other in all that territory. Now we are finding nests of young adult tortoises. There are around 3,000 today. The species has made a good recovery.
Conservation measures, captive breeding programs, and the giant tortoise's amazing longevity, up to 200 years, have enabled some subspecies to escape extinction. But other subspecies remain in danger, especially with the potential degradation of their habitats caused by climate change. We left the Galapagos feeling uncertain about the future of this paradise of biodiversity. Climate change will affect not only animals and plants over the next century. Scientists foresee that all the islands in the Pacific will face temperature increases on land and sea. Beyond the disasters feared by the predicted rise in sea level, ocean warming could affect our ability to feed the planet. To understand one of the little-known consequences of warming, we set sail for French Polynesia. Spread over 165 million square kilometers, 1/3 of the surface of the Earth, the Pacific Ocean supplies almost 60% of all the fish eaten on the planet. This extraordinary abundance is due in large part to its coral reefs, which support a wealth of diverse life forms. But over the last 30 years, scientists have noted a dramatic rise in coral die-off and an overall degradation of coral ecosystems. All over the world, coral reefs are threatened by the warming of the oceans, by their increasing acidity, and by the ever-growing pressure of humans on these fragile habitats. On the island of Moorea, scientists are working to understand the evolution of coral reefs.
In a way, it's a shame that coral reefs are coastal. Coral needs light to grow, so they have to be in shallow water, which automatically puts them close to human activity. The biggest threats are overfishing, excess sediment, drag nets, and hard objects that bump or crash into the coral reef. All those things have a negative impact.
Coral reefs form ecosystems that provide shelter and food to millions of life forms, from bacteria to algae, and from fish to the largest marine predators. Reefs are comparable to tropical forests on land because of the amazing variety of species that depend on them. Coral reefs are fundamental to life in the oceans. Degradation of corals will inevitably impact how much fish the oceans can produce. We estimate that more than 85% of fish stocks are overexploited or exploited to the maximum, and the pressure to feed humankind can only increase. Yet, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, 7 of the 10 most important varieties of fish are on the brink of complete disappearance. Globally, 1 fish species in 3 is threatened with extinction.
We've been recording ocean temperatures on Moorea for over 25 years and have noted what may seem like a slight increase of 1/4 degree Celsius. This long-term study indicates a trend, and if we're talking 1/4 degree every 25 years, that's 1 whole degree in a century. We're starting from average temperatures of 28 to 29 degrees, and 1 degree more takes us up to 30 degrees, just about the upper limit of tolerance for a coral reef. That's when bleaching starts to occur, and any additional stress could tip it over the edge. Each stress isn't disastrous in and of itself, but it's the accumulation of stressors that does the damage.
Even a small increase in temperature is highly stressful to corals. Corals react by expelling zooxanthellae, single-cell algae that live symbiotically with the coral. Without these essential algae in their tissues, the coral turn white and will eventually die of starvation. Episodes of massive coral bleaching have been observed 7 times since the middle of the 1980s on the Moorea Reef. Coral reefs are also vulnerable to attack by the crown-of-thorns starfish, or Acanthaster. This voracious coral-eating predator has caused the percentage of living coral on the north coast of Moorea to plummet by 96%. Another blow fell in 2010, when Cyclone Oli's 7-meter-high waves heavily damaged the physical structure of the outer slopes of the reef, leaving the coral in a critical state. But the coral ecosystems of Moorea seem resilient. Doctoral candidate Caroline Dubé is studying the Moorea Reef.
On the dive, we saw a lunar landscape, indicating that the reef has been badly damaged in a series of disturbances over the last decade. We can't say for sure that the reef is recovering, but some pioneer species are starting to recolonize the substrate, So that's a good sign that things are starting to get back to normal after all the upheaval. And as we continue to observe the reef over the next few years, we should gather more evidence of the reef's chances to make a full recovery from the damage. Today we saw herbivores, carnivores, and large predators like sharks. That shows that the food chain is intact, despite the fact that the coral isn't in good shape. It proves that the ecosystem is stable and that there's a chance that it will recover over the next few years.
While the number and variety of life forms in and around the degraded coral reef has diminished considerably, there is still a wide range of species in the food chain. The arrival of large predators may be a hopeful sign for the future of this recovering ecosystem.
So he's a juvenile? How old?
He's just under a year old. He's about 60 centimeters long. Now we've got him, and we'll try to be quick, get everything done within 1 to 3 minutes. Let's go. First, a picture. That's one. Can you turn him over? What we've been doing for the past 2 years is collecting data on juveniles, subadults, and adults. And by recapturing individual animals, we can see how fast they grow. And he's a bit more, 3.6.
And the young sharks will stay here for 3 or 4 years?
That's right. They live here and eat, get bigger and stronger. Once they become subadults, when they're around a meter long, they'll start to travel more out into the lagoon and even to the other side of the reef. There, he's ready to go.
Research is vital if we want to improve our understanding of the complex universe of reefs.
Good morning.
American scientists from the University of California are studying the recovering corals near Moorea.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Welcome on board.
They're taking advantage of sedentophore's presence here to expand their exploration into harder-to-reach areas in order to compare the different rates of coral recovery.
Coral reefs are really in a very dire situation. Large amounts of coral have been lost in the last 50 years, and that loss of coral arguably began 300 years ago when European explorers first got to tropical locations. But those losses have really intensified in the last 50 years, and maybe in the 60s and 70s there are many parts of the world that had half of the seafloor covered by live coral, and now it's barely 1/10 of that. It really is very serious.
Scientists are investigating the way new coral tries to repopulate these places. What varieties are resilient, and what are the chances that someday we'll see a viable ecosystem established despite the predicted climatic stress?
So our main objective is this coral survey, and really the tool is the camera framer. So we're looking at the whole landscape, but we're taking very detailed pictures of just a 1/2 meter by a 1/2 meter. We're repeating that many times, and we'll do that at a series of depths, and from that we can then put together a detailed picture of the community structure of the corals.
These are the coin of the realm for our trade. These are photographs of the seafloor, and we have similar photographs that go back now 9 years for Moorea. And we use these photographs to measure how much of the floor of the reef is covered by live coral and how much has died.
How was it?
Oh, really good. You know, it's a really interesting place. It's, I think it's been not as disturbed, or maybe it's been longer since the disturbance than over on Moorea. So we saw more corals, a little bit older corals, so you can see a lot of coral competition. Down deep, it was kind of a lot of rubble, but also a lot of juvenile corals growing in. So it's a sign that there's recruitment of new corals coming here.
This little colony down here, this is live stony coral. This is a coral that probably, it's either unhealthy or it has died recently. And all this gray stuff around here, this is reef rock colonized by algae. So only about 5% of that table is live coral, and the rest is algae and reef rock. So here is a coral colony that was eaten by crown of thorns probably within 48 hours, and here is another one. And just for the contrast, this is what they should look like when they're healthy, just a beautiful layer of tissue, and that disappears, and we have this whiteness.
Even if the result of that is white, it's very different from the bleaching problem.
Absolutely. It's a common symptom of two very different conditions. One is where the tissue is removed and you're seeing the white bones sticking up into the water column. The second one is where the corals typically are stressed physiologically, usually because the seawater is very, very warm. It causes them to lose their symbiotic algae that they feed with. Once those algae have gone, the tissue is a very thin, transparent layer for a short period of time. And it's white. It looks just like this. But the difference is, for that short period of time, they remain alive. However, without the algae, they can't feed off sunlight. So they then slowly starve. And if the water stays hot, they starve and they starve. And usually within about 2 weeks, then the tissue will die. And then we're back to this condition where whiteness is a sign of the bare bones in the water column.
If we look at the condition of coral around the world, a good 20% of the world's coral is permanently destroyed. These numbers are approximate. Then we have 50% of coral that is critically endangered, and the remaining 30% is in a relatively natural state and not under any particular negative stress for the moment.
Some scientists believe that over 60% of corals could die by the year 2060. Yet fish are the primary source of protein for over 1 billion humans.
The main problem is overfishing. And that's happening because coral reefs are located in economically disadvantaged areas where countries are poor and overpopulated. There's a population explosion in Southeast Asia, throughout the Pacific, as well as in Africa, which is increasing the already tremendous need for protein. And there's a big food warehouse on the doorstep, the lagoon. So people keep on harvesting the way they did in the old days. But whereas there used to be 2,000 fishermen, now there are 20,000. So sooner or later, the system will not be able to produce enough to meet demand. With regard to current climate changes, we know that some corals will be unable to adapt to a rise in temperature or acidity. But there are a great many varieties of coral, and some that are not dominant today could well become dominant in the future. The king will be deposed, and other species of coral will become the main builders of the ecosystem. What we don't know is what that ecosystem will be like. To say there will no longer be any coral ecosystem is going too far, in my opinion. Coral reefs have existed since the dawn of time, so it's a bit much to suggest that they'll disappear. But that they will change, that the balance of the reef system will be modified, of that much I'm sure.
Predictions on climate change include an increase in ocean temperatures. So it's crucial to understand how coral reefs will react in these new circumstances. What types of coral will best survive climate change? And how will higher levels of acidity of the oceans affect the planet's coral? Trying to paint a picture of the future is a major challenge for scientists.
This is where we've been working long hours for 6 weeks now. My graduate students and I investigating ocean acidification and climate change on corals and algae.
So what do we have here?
We have a set of tanks. They hold about 150 liters, and some of these tanks are basically showing us what the future might look like. We're trying to create a world that will happen in about 100 years in these tanks with high carbon dioxide levels. And then we're trying to grow corals in those conditions for 6 weeks, 4 weeks to 6 weeks to see how they respond to those conditions. We've been working on that now for about 2 years, and we have a pretty good idea how much their growth rates will be reduced.
The outlook isn't promising. In very conservative simulations of the kind of warmer, more acidic ocean conditions predicted for the future, there's a marked decrease in coral growth and productivity. For fish and other organisms that depend on corals, it's not good news. Climate change, more frequent extreme climatic events like El Niño, pollution, the feared increase in natural disasters, and the degradation of coral reefs around the world are interconnected factors that threaten global food supplies.
Did you catch that today? Yes.
Will communities that depend on fish for survival be able to adapt to the expected drop in the productivity of our oceans? Urgent change is essential if we hope to reduce the pressure on our marine resources. Estimates are that more than 85% of fish stocks are currently being overfished or exploited to the limit. In other words, we're now harvesting more fish than the ocean can provide. If the trend continues, commercial fish stocks are likely to collapse by 2050.
The increase in the human population living by the sea is worrisome. As things stand today, coral reefs simply cannot produce enough to meet the protein requirements of an ever-growing number of people, so overfishing is inevitable. At some point, we're going to have to introduce measures to help the natural systems along if we want them to produce enough. We'll have to supplement them with fish farming, impose certain regulations, and introduce stringent management methods. But even if, as an example, we can get people to stop harvesting the top fish in the food chain and switch to species that are lower down, in the long run, we'll still be removing fish and weakening the system no matter what. So in my opinion, we need to find other types of management for better conservation.
On our round-the-world expedition, we've collected clear evidence of major changes in all marine ecosystems on the planet. Climate change risks reducing the ocean's productivity, but we will put more and more pressure on our oceans to feed ourselves. There will be fewer fish for the growing numbers of people who depend on them. In the long run, it's a losing proposition for the fish or for us, humans.
Back when pirates stopped at the Galapagos to catch giant tortoises, the idea of depleting resources never crossed anyone's mind. Why would it? At the time, there were only a few 100 million people on the planet. But in 35 years, we'll be up to 9.7 billion, and probably 11 billion by the end of the century. The pressure on global resources will continue to grow, crippling the planet's ecosystems and endangering all those who live in them. There's one species we won't have to worry about anymore. The Pinta Island tortoise is extinct. Lonesome George, the last living male of his subspecies, has died, wiping out millions of years of evolution in one stroke. More species are going extinct than ever before as a direct result of our unsustainable exploitation of the planet's resources. But all that could change. The fate of the planet rests in the hands of one species only, ours. It took billions of years for the Earth to carve the oceans into the pattern we know today. Hundreds of millions of years of evolution and adaptation have resulted in the creation of countless species that interact to form the largest ecosystem on the planet. Deep in the ocean blue, every species has a role, its own specific function, in the delicate balance among all species. From time immemorial, mankind has fished for survival. The never-ending challenge is how to share the sea's resources with other species that depend on them. Increasingly sophisticated commercial fishing practices using advanced technologies have in the last 50 years dramatically improved marine harvesting. We keep going farther and deeper and catching more and more fish. But we seem to have reached the limit. The ocean's ability to meet human nutritional needs is being exhausted, a result of decades of overfishing and abuse. Scientists consider that if nothing is done rapidly to correct the situation, we will see the collapse of commercial fishing within the next few decades. Yet over 1 billion people depend directly on the sea for survival. The future of many societies may well hinge on whatever conservation measures we are prepared to introduce over the next years. As part of its mission, 1,000 Days for the Planet, the oceanographic schooner Setna 4 set sail for Indonesia, a country of more than 17,000 islands, where many villages depend on fishing for their food and livelihood. Chief of the mission, Jean Lemire.
We're heading to Bali, an exotic island surrounded by coral reefs, known for its remarkable marine biodiversity. Located in the heart of what we call the Coral Triangle, the islands of Indonesia harbor 76% of all species of coral. These reefs provide shelter and food to 37% of all the coral-dwelling fish on Earth.
This amazing variety of species has led to a thriving commerce in aquarium fish. It's a lucrative business valued at around $1 billion annually, all categories combined. Of the 40 countries that export tropical fish, Indonesia and the Philippines supply at least 85% of ocean fish to the world's aquariums. The market for tropical fish skyrocketed after the animated film Finding Nemo hit the screen in 2003. An estimated 30 million fish and marine creatures are harvested every year on the planet's coral reefs. There are no regulations about which species can be caught. The strong demand for aquarium fish has led to the widespread use of a destructive fishing technique, cyanide fishing. A solution of sodium cyanide stuns the fish, making them much easier to catch. This technique rapidly degrades the coral reefs. An estimated 1 square meter of coral is destroyed for every fish caught. Cyanide blocks photosynthesis in the algae that live symbiotically with the corals, depriving them of their main source of food. Cyanide, even in minute quantities, kills the polyps, leading to the death and the bleaching of the corals. The practice began in the Philippines in the 1960s and spread rapidly. It's hard to calculate exactly how much cyanide is being used. Scientists estimate that over 1 million kilograms of sodium cyanide is spread on coral reefs every year. Cyanide fishing is against the law in a number of countries, but enforcement is haphazard at best.
If you are fishermen, you cannot use all kind of techniques because there are regulations. But if you're out in the sea, and Indonesia is so vast, nobody watching you. So in practice, they do what they like with the techniques, yes.
The deadly mixture for corals is obtained by simply dissolving sodium cyanide crystals in seawater. A fisherman has agreed to talk to us anonymously.
What is the effect of cyanide?
Cyanide stuns the fish. It makes them a little bit dizzy, so they're easier to catch. When we release the cyanide, the coral reacts by spurting out a liquid. 2 days later, the coral has turned black all over, like it had been burned.
Why do you use this on coral reef?
Because with this method, all the fish crowd together, and all we have to do is gather them up. Back in 2000, I made $10 a day for 4 hours work. Today, I make quite a bit more. I'd say I make around $30.
Is there any risk for your health?
Yes. If you breathe in the cyanide, it's very bad for your heart and lungs.
International pressure has forced local authorities to take some action. But these few police interventions are the exception and often end without official sanction. Illegal fishermen have to receive 3 official warnings before being arrested. Arrests are rare and do nothing to discourage the practice.
Did you get caught before?
I got caught once. I was convicted of illegal fishing. I went to jail for 6 months, and I had to pay a fine of $50.
Indonesian fishermen also use this technique to catch fish intended for human consumption. Increasingly popular in Asia, the fish will be transported live to restaurants around the world, displayed in tanks, and served at premium prices. Fish that survive will metabolize part of the poison, but an estimated 80% of fish caught this way die from cyanide poisoning.
The fish that stay alive, that are caught with cyanide, and they actually make it to the consumer markets, there's not so much known about the effect of eating that. But many fish that are caught with cyanide die, and those fish are still sold, and they end up at the local market. So you can imagine that the local communities who eat that fish, because it's dead and they don't waste it, they actually probably have a lot of risk of taking a lot of cyanide that's still in the fish. That's what it died from. And they build that up in their body, but it can't be good for people.
Another illegal fishing technique is devastating coral reefs. Blast fishing. This technique is fatal. It kills the fish and utterly destroys the structure of the reef.
People use bombs to throw at big schools of fish, and then they can just scoop up the fish out of the ocean. It's a very easy way to catch a lot of fish in not so much time. You just explode a small bottle. They usually use, soft drink bottles. And if it's very close to the coral reef, you have a crater of about 1 meter. It's devastating. This fish, when it gets to the market, is damaged. So this goes to the domestic market. This is eaten locally.
This explosive is made from fertilizer, according to a recipe that has been handed down through generations.
Is there lots of people around here who use the blast fishing?
Not as many as before, but some of us still do.
Why do you use blast fishing?
It's easier to feed my family. This way I can harvest a lot of fish in a short amount of time.
But now you understand all the damages that it will make to the coral reef.
Yes, I know. It destroys everything. The reef and the fish. It's hard for the resource to recover.
There are laws on the books banning all forms of illegal fishing. But in a huge country like Indonesia, enforcement is often sorely lacking. Fortunately, some people have decided to break the cycle of destruction. In the small village of Les on Bali, Made Partiana catches aquarium fish. Like the other fishermen in the village, Made used cyanide fishing for many years.
Masyarakat di sini rata-rata pada saat itu.
When I was young, in the early 80s,
Tahun 80-an yang saya tahu.
the coral was brightly colored and healthy.
Tahun 86 berkembang.
But in the early 90s,
Nelayan di sini
the reef started to die.
200-an lebih untuk nelayan ikan hias. Dan daerah tangkap
They
mereka
turned
bukan
black
hanya di perairan
and
Bali,
gray.
tapi juga ke luar Bali. Dampak daripada potasium itu sendiri.
Money-wise, it was a true disaster.
80-an itu saya lihat, ya mungkin saya belum.
The fish had no more coral to shelter in and to feed off of.
Cenderung lebih baik. Dampak lainnya juga secara ekonomi juga.
We'd catch fish for 2 months
Keberadaan sumber dayanya,
and then have to wait another 10 months before the stock recovered enough for us to catch any more.
juga berkurang dan pendapatan nelayan juga
All the fishermen were worried.
turun gitu, tidak ketimbang tahun-tahun sebelumnya. Yang terjadi di sini ya masyarakat dalam kondisi kebingungan.
Then the government stepped in and placed a ban on cyanide fishing.
Sendiri juga ketika hanya memberikan pelarangan jangan menggunakan potasium.
None of us had any other way to make a living, but we still had to look after our families.
Yang bisa diberikan hanya sekedar pelarangan saja seperti itu. Dan masyarakat semakin
Finally, in 2000, an NGO came along to study the situation and offered us a solution. They were very supportive. They taught us how to fish using nets.
Made uses a long net that he sets out above the reef. He selects and collects the most beautiful specimens of all the fish in the net. Made holds his breath to a depth of between 4 and 10 meters. It's exhausting work, but he prefers this selective, sustainable approach that does not damage the reefs.
What we are told that they already fish for ornamental fish since 80s. Now in that years, the early years, they're using the net, the mosquito nets. And then their exporter came to us and they're the one who introduced cyanide. Cyanide was brought to Indonesia by the Philippine fishers, yeah, to collect the high value fish. So from say mid 80s until late like 90s almost 2000s, cyanide is being used.
Nice to meet you.
look at the blue one.
Yeah.
Cool.
So this is one dive?
Satu kali nyelam ya?
Yes.
Just one.
When did you start to work?
Since 8. It's 2 o'clock, so now I've been working for 6 hours.
What's the next step now?
Langkah selanjutnya apa, Limade?
I will sort them out and put them in plastic bags with a little added oxygen. Then I take them to my buyer.
You want to go with him to the middleman, Jen?
Sure.
Boleh ikut ke pengepul?
Iya.
Okay, I'll get it all ready and we'll go.
Nanti kita bisa bersama-sama ke.
Oke, pakai apa packingnya?
Oke, plastik.
Made has to carry his catch safely to the buyer, who will check the quality of his fish.
Ini udaranya dari ban ya.
Oxygen stored in the inner tube is transferred to plastic bags to keep the fish healthy during transport. Over time, this exceptional fisherman has been able to create a real demand for his high-quality fish caught in a net. Some village fishermen use boats and the most rudimentary of breathing aids. Their gear consists of a small compressor, a bit of tubing, and for a lucky few, a pressure regulator. Thus equipped, fishers can descend to depths of up to 40 meters. Diving is risky under any circumstances, even more so with inadequate equipment and little or no training.
The compressor helps me dive deeper. I get a much better harvest that way. I've been careless and made some serious mistakes. Once, before I knew any better, I swam all the way to the surface without stopping halfway up. I had to be rushed to Denpasar and put in an hyperbaric chamber. A few years ago, some friends and I got the idea of sinking some old tires down to the seafloor as a shelter for the fish. I've only got one site today, but if I set up 2 sites, I could earn $40. I catch different types of fish depending on demand.
The idea of making structures to replace the damaged coral is spreading. With the help of an NGO, the fishermen of Les have begun making concrete structures to replace the coral reefs destroyed by years of cyanide fishing. They have also started a program to reintroduce coral by transplant. Under this flourishing initiative, the coral ecosystem is gradually being reborn. The efforts of these reformed fishermen are being rewarded by a slow buildup of reef fish populations. Today, the whole community of the fishermen of Les has agreed to a complete ban on cyanide fishing in the region. The village is once again living from the fish harvest, but now it's all legal. Village fishermen bring their catch to Mr. Picassi, the local buyer. He also acts as the middleman who negotiates with international exporters. Every fish is inspected and evaluated to guarantee quality. One damaged fin automatically eliminates a fish from the process.
Which one is the most precious one?
The blue angelfish.
Mahal itu ya?
It's around $1.50.
That's the price that the fisherman
Yeah,
will
that
have.
Medicaid, yeah.
Yes. So what's the price when it goes to the guy in Denpasar.
This is quite a small one. I'll pay the local fisherman $1.50 for it. At Denpasar, I'll be able to sell it for $2.
And then from Denpasar, it will take the plane.
We'll take the plane to
Hong Kong,
and then after Hong Kong, they spread it to the world. US, Canada, Europe, and then we have no idea what price could be.
But the clownfish is the most popular?
Yeah.
Ya.
Sangat.
Yang paling banyak dicari
Yeah.
clownfish ya? Yeah, most popular. I think it's about the movie. Yes,
Because of the movie?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So semakin
What
mudah
accounts for the price difference among various species?
Dan juga ini.
The price depends on how rare the type of fish is,
Tersebut kalau misalnya keberadaannya banyak.
and also how difficult they are to catch.
Mudah didapat.
Okay. Bisa melihat perubahan.
Do you see a difference since 2001 in the types of fish caught and their numbers?
Perbedaannya apa, Pak?
Yes, a huge difference. Now that we've stopped using cyanide, the dead reefs are coming back to life, slowly. The varieties of fish we hadn't seen for a long time are gradually returning. Before, with cyanide fishing, about 5% of the fish would die. Now the mortality rate is down to 2%.
In one typical day, how much money you will earn?
75.000 dapat.
Typically, I earn maybe $7 on a bad day and up to $15 on a good day.
Sama sekali pada saat
It all depends on weather conditions, ocean conditions, especially the height of the waves.
Made earns about 10 cents for a clownfish. The most expensive fish can go for up to $2, but they are few and far between. Fishermen naturally search out the most lucrative species, and yet they are often the most endangered. There are no regulations here, nor any scientific monitoring to assess and track the state of marine populations. Mr. Pakassi's fish will travel to Denpasar, the capital.
How many fish in this load today?
Berapa nih Pak kira-kira ikannya berapa?
On this trip, I have around 2,000. Usually I have 3 times more than that. So in 3 or 4 days, if ocean conditions allow, I'll travel to Denpasar with 6,000 fish.
And how many fish will survive the transport?
The mortality rate is less than 1%. As a rule, if fish die during transport, it is due to human error. And of course, sometimes the bags can burst during the trip.
Middlemen who buy the fish are in a position to turn things around dramatically. By refusing to buy fish caught using cyanide, they will encourage the kind of sustainable fishing methods needed to ensure the future of coral reef ecosystems. But economic interests often outweigh good intentions. In the lucrative market of exporting fish for human consumption, there is still a lot of work to be done.
If you catch fish with cyanide, they're not in a very good condition. You can imagine that if you have to ship them out for so many hours before they reach the market, many of them die. So we've always thought it doesn't even make business sense to use cyanides and lose so many of your catch because it's very expensive to transport them. If you look at the percentage of fish that is exported now from Indonesia, where you could say it's probably coming from cyanides, it's still around 40%. That is much less than years ago, when I was just saying 5 years ago, I think the majority, maybe 80 to 90% came from cyanide fisheries, but it's still a lot.
It's impossible to tell with the naked eye whether these live fish were caught using cyanide, but they are still widely available on the market. Cyanide is a powerful toxic compound that binds to hemoglobin, blocking the transport of oxygen. Though it may be difficult to assess its long-term impact on human health, the risk is real. Restaurants are not regulated, and patrons seldom have any idea of how the fish on their plate was caught. In a protected bunker, a food fish exporter who wishes to remain anonymous because of a series of threats has changed his ways.
This exporter that we are today is actually a very special person because a couple of years ago he contacted WWF and he said, you know, I'm in this business and I'm seeing that there are many practices that are not sustainable and I'm really worried about my business. What can I do? I don't know what to do.
The exporters set up a network of fishermen who are restricted to net fishing. Their catch is destined for big city restaurants. Using cyanide is strictly forbidden on pain of expulsion, and participating fishermen get better prices for their fish. The fish, especially groupers, are handled with great care by a team trained to the highest standards.
This exporter doesn't buy cyanide fish. He doesn't buy fish that is too small. He doesn't buy fish that, you know, has the eggs, that's ready to spawn. So he does everything that he can do. I think he is the best example of, you know, a future where you can have a sustainable business and make money and support all these fishermen in these remote places. However, he's the only one. And he's just by himself. And there's not enough support by the government to work on the other exporters that actually still have very unsustainable practices.
The exporter has also designed oxygenated transport boxes so the fish can breathe better during long international trips. He has managed to convince some airline companies to accept these transport boxes equipped with an oxygen cylinder for shipping on cargo planes. This exporter's pioneering initiative doesn't please everyone. He has to operate under high security. Other exporters who use cyanide do not appreciate competition that breaks the mold. But the demand for clean fish is gaining ground, and some restaurants are ready to pay a premium for a product that meets the highest standards. After 8 hours in transit, Made's fish finally reached the second middleman, the exporter with an order book brimming with international orders.
When the fish come in, usually they come in the morning. We open the bags, let them sit in the screening area for 4 or 5 hours. After that, we move it to a quarantine system. We keep them over there for a few days to see if there's any problem with disease or broken fins, those kind of things. So after a few days of quarantines, we move them to our regular systems. So this is the place where we do the packing. Okay, now they are doing oxygen the fish. After that, they will move over there for putting in the box.
I suppose that because it's cargo by plane, it's very expensive. So the quantity of water is important.
Oh, exactly. Because depends on where they are going and how long the flight going to take. We pack differently. The farther they go, we put more water, more oxygens. Okay, if this is going to Asia, it's probably just a few hours flight, and it's less water. Smaller bags, of course, smaller bags, less water, less oxygens. So different place, different way of packing.
Yeah, because of course, more water, more kilo, more money.
Yeah,
right?
more expensive. Yeah. This is Pakesi. He's my good supplier. And every week he brings fish to us. Okay, so his fish is all net caught, no any cyanide or any medicines. So we really like his fish, and we can see the difference from him and then the other supplier.
Yeah. And is there a way that you can see if a fisherman uses cyanide?
It's very difficult when the fish just come in and to tell the difference between cyanide caught or net caught. So what we need to do is have a really good relationship with our supplier, and we know the history of the fish, and we can trust this supplier. And this, of course, needs years to build this trust.
This is Nemo, right?
Yes.
And this is the new star when Disney will release a new film, Dory, which is a blue tang, right?
Right, that's true.
What was the impact of the film Finding Nemo on the business?
Oh, that was huge. It was a big help for the business because everyone was looking for Nemos, for this clownfish. We think there would be a huge demand for this fish, and we already prepared for it. Hopefully, in 2 years, they are ready. You know, we have a lot of stock for the customer.
Aquarium fish, like food fish, are sent to the international airport at Denpasar every day. They then begin their long journey to international importers who will ship them to wholesalers around the world, who, in turn, will sell them to retail shops or restaurants.
So everything we see here are fish that are leaving. This is going to Munich, this is to Charles de Gaulle in Paris, and the crates that just went by are for London. Tens of thousands of fish leave every day going just about everywhere with different suppliers. It's clear that Bali is one of the major exporters of tropical fish to the world.
A fish that very common is like a clownfish. Now, clownfish, the increase of the price from the fishermen to the first buyer, the first middleman, they probably only twice more expensive. And then from the middleman to the exporter, they another double price. Now, from the exporter to the importer, estimate probably they 5 times more. Okay. And then from that on could be like 20 to 25 times. But that's for the fish with a not high value fish. Now for the high value fish like angel or blue tang, that could be like 100 times. That is really amazing.
At every stage, the price shoots up. Made, the fisherman from Les, received only 10 cents for his clownfish. The market is expanding exponentially, putting more and more pressure on fish populations. Fish farming could help to meet the skyrocketing demand for both aquarium fish and food fish. Balinese entrepreneur Mr. Chu has an extensive operation. This reproductive center for exotic fish is one of the few to successfully breed some species of fish in tanks.
Ini kita taruh angel di sini.
Angelfish.
Yeah, angelfish.
And you can breed them.
Ya, kami sudah ada 4 jenis sudah bisa sukses.
Yeah, he's breeding. It's like four species now.
This is less damaging for the environment. I'm here every day looking after things.
Mr. Chu has even been able to create his own variety of clownfish. Their distinctive markings make them even more valuable on the market.
How many clownfish did he send around the world in the last year?
Around 1 million.
So what will happen when they're going to release the new Disney film, Dory?
These fish are very difficult to reproduce. So if I succeed, I'll be a millionaire for sure.
Okay, yeah.
I hope we'll be able to meet the demand with farm fish and leave the rest in the ocean.
He really emphasized that if it happened, I mean, like just took it from the breeding, not from the ocean. You know, it's more healthy, more beautiful.
So good for nature and good for business.
Thank you.
So what do we have here?
Ini ada Napoleon.
Oh, Napoleon.
Yeah. Bisa nggak, Pak?
Okay, bisa.
Napoleon fish numbers have dropped by 50% over the last 30 years because of strong demand on the food fish market. Despite an export ban, Napoleon fish are still on the menu in fine restaurants in China and Hong Kong. Unconcerned by their protected status, your chef will prepare a Napoleon the way you like it, for the tidy sum of $250 to $300 a kilo.
When did he start this program with Napoleon?
Kapan Bapak memulai program dengan Napoleon ini?
The government of Indonesia started the program, but abandoned it. I took it over 4 years ago. It's an endangered species. We're trying to get them to reproduce.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a very rare fish.
Yeah.
It's under the CITES, so it cannot be exported to other country.
And if he's successful breeding it,
For science, it's going to be a great victory. Yeah.
Convincing other fishermen to use sustainable techniques is always complicated. We meet with them and explain things, and they'll agree to start fishing with a net. But after a few days, they go back to their old ways. So now what we do is link up with one local fisherman, who then becomes our ambassador to the other fishermen in the area. But it takes time. Educating people, getting them to really understand, is a long process. So far, we've been able to set up teams in several areas, in different parts of Indonesia.
Unfortunately, nothing is black and white. So the problem is not black and white. You cannot say that these small-scale fishermen are criminals, you know. It's, for them, the amount of money that they make is very, very small. You cannot buy this fish for a good price and only pay, I don't know, a few % of that to the fisherman who's doing all the work, and this is all he has. Something has to change in terms of, you know, the value that the fisherman gets. If he gets a little bit more, maybe, you know, he's also more careful with the environment. So it's important to understand who benefits most in this industry. And there's always, I think, a case to make that the fisherman who is responsible should get a fair price.
Over 1 billion people depend directly on fish for survival. It's the most highly sought-after source of protein on the planet, and the global population boom will only increase demand for ever more fish. To meet this ever-growing demand, we need to take a cold, hard look at the ways fish are caught to ensure renewal of the resource. Blast fishing and cyanide fishing, already banned by law, must be subject to heightened monitoring in order to halt the disaster now in progress. It is vital that we rethink our methods of harvesting the sea's bounty. Sustainable fishing practices that conserve the fish and their environment must urgently be established if we have any hope of ensuring our food security for the future. planet's remarkable biodiversity is in peril. Species are going extinct faster than at any time in the Earth's history. Rampant exploitation of natural resources is shrinking the habitable areas of the globe. The oceanographic vessel Sedna 4 is sailing around the world to unveil the beauty and fragility of the planet. Sedna 4 and her crew are heading for Sumatra in Indonesia. Sumatra has a rich and varied wildlife, with over 200 species of mammals and nearly 600 different species of birds. Located in Southeast Asia, its tropical forests and peatlands are truly a part of the world's heritage. Yet every year, 2 million hectares of forest are cleared to become vast single-crop farms. That's the equivalent of 6 football fields disappearing every minute. The Indonesian government grants concessions to large corporations who turn these precious forests into plantations. Deforestation is quick and brutal. Animals who try to escape or find refuge in small stands of remaining trees are trapped by fires deliberately set. Though illegal, this murderously destructive practice is widespread. Oil palm plantations are springing up everywhere. The fruit produces palm oil, the most popular vegetable oil in the world. An estimated half of all food on supermarket shelves contains palm oil, to say nothing of cosmetics and biofuels. Ian Singleton is the director of SOCP, the Sumatran Orangutan Conservation Program. Orangutans have become a symbol of the fight against deforestation. They are on the sad list of critically endangered species.
The best estimates that we have today of orangutan population in Sumatra is around the 6,000, 7,000 mark. Maybe slightly more, maybe slightly less. But the important thing is it's going down. Now, in the last sort of 10 years, it's been going down slowly. And what we're looking at now is a potential situation where it's going to start going down rapidly.
New concessions have just been granted to palm oil companies in an area that was formerly protected, threatening the survival of the last wild populations.
The trees are all cleared, everything is scorched, and 99.999% of everything that lived there dies. You can go into these areas and look for a grasshopper or a lizard, and you can't find one. They're not there. Nothing survives this conversion process. Because when they're chopping down these forests in the first instance, they don't sort of get every tree on day one. So you end up with a few trees here and a few trees there. And sometimes you find there's an orangutan mother up there.
In the first phase of deforestation, some animals find refuge in what's left of the forest. Poachers look for infant orangutans, much to the distress of the females who try to protect their young.
So they will chop the tree down and then they will jump on this animal and beat it and club it with machetes and wood and sharpened bamboo sticks and everything, and it'll be killed that way.
Most adult orangutans die or are left seriously injured. The young orphans are captured and transported to large centers where they will be sold in secret as pets.
The wounds sometimes that we see are just horrific. We had one many years ago. She aborted a full-term fetus during the attack, and when we got to her, she was chained to a tree by the neck, and her entire body was swollen up like she'd just done 50 rounds with Mike Tyson. It was horrible. The level of violence you need to do that, just concerted violence, it just amazes me. I find it hard to get it in my head that people can be that vicious.
Occasionally, local forest police are alerted and intervene. Wounded animals will then be picked up by SOCP or other NGOs and taken away for medical treatment. But for most of the other orangutans, it's death. Slow, agonizing, lonely, and forgotten. Through its work and research programs, SOCP is trying to save the last wild populations of orangutans in Sumatra. Here at the quarantine station, most residents are young orangutans, confiscated from owners who kept them in captivity in often deplorable conditions. The ultimate aim of SOCP is to release all its charges, young and old, into the wild. But not all the animals will be so lucky.
Losa was shot 62 times with an air rifle. We've managed to take 14 pellets out of him, but he's still got 48 inside. And he's got the problem, his biggest problem, he's got 2 in this eye and 1 in this eye, so he's completely blind. If you can see his eyes, look, there's just nothing there at all. And we'll never be able to fix that. So he's going to spend the rest of his life as a captive orangutan, which could be more than, could be 40, 50 years.
All the rescued animals have to spend time in quarantine before going to the socialization cages. This is where these young orangutans will learn how to become wild animals again.
So this is, these are the socialization cages. So this is the first time they've met and been introduced to other orangutans, probably since their mother was killed and they were first captured. So this is where, once they're in here, they have to learn all these orangutan behavioral skills, how to defend their food resources and then you find out who the bullies are and who the subordinate ones are and everything else.
So they all will be released eventually?
Yeah, everybody in here is a release candidate. We're just waiting. This Saturday, we plan to move 6 orangutans from here to Janto to start the release process there, and everybody else is just waiting for their turn. But it's quite a rewarding stage to get to, because these guys have many of them spent years on their own. Some of them have even spent like 10 years chained to a single tree around the neck with a meter of chain. And to finally get them into a place like this where they can really exercise, get to move around, learn all these new skills, it's a really rewarding part of the process.
Once again, SOCP comes to the rescue. A wounded orangutan has been found on a plantation. The team must get him to the quarantine station as quickly as possible. The medical team have named him Ria. He's an older male.
Wow. Wow. So this is the one we got yesterday morning, yeah?
Yeah, we just got the information from the forestry department, and then he said with us as he found some big orangutan in the plantation, and the people say the orangutan is just staying in one place and then don't want to moving, and then when try to looking with binocular, he found a lot of wound there. So this is why the forestry department make a decision to take this orangutan going to here.
He's got a big scar
this
here.
This is a lot of wound on his body. On the head, this is very big wound there, and this is very deep. And then we found a big hole on the here, and then on the right hand, is it? He cannot using, and when we try to palpate, the scapula is calm down. So I don't know exactly is this a fracture or just dislocation. So we will make sure with the X-ray.
But it's surprisingly calm, yeah?
Yeah.
The first step is to anesthetize the animal. He'll then be taken to an examining room and X-rayed to determine the extent of his injuries. Ria's body is a mass of wounds and bruises, apparently inflicted by the plantation workers. Again, the level of violence indicates the barbaric treatment that awaits any orangutan who dares set foot on cultivated land. The first X-rays confirm that he's been shot. The pellets can be seen all through his body.
So
Yeah, this is the head and the skull. You can see there's the 1, 2, 3 pellets up there. 3 bullets here. 1, 2, 3. So I think there's around 18. Yeah, but it's kind of weird because they usually focus on the head. You know, they usually shoot him in the face. But these are obviously not too far away from his eyes. If they'd hit him in the eyes, he'd have been blinded. Yeah.
A thorough examination confirms that Rhea has major internal injuries. He'll need several surgeries and extensive treatment for numerous infections. The medical team will need an ample dose of patience and TLC if they hope to save this wounded fellow.
So after 6 hours of the surgery, what's the verdict?
It looks from the x-rays, there's no sign of any sort of bone damage. And so his problem is all these cuts and holes. And especially his right hand, it's completely shot to pieces. The tendons inside the hand is all rotten. You can actually put a finger almost all the way in, just about every direction. And the tendons seem to be already rotten, so you can pull the ends and make the fingers move. So there's a good chance we may have to amputate that, but we'll review that over the next few days.
So if you have to cut his right arm, is there less chance to be released, or?
It depends on him, but he's lived in the forest, wild, and as long as he's sensible, missing a hand probably wouldn't be a major problem. We've already released one big male orangutan with an amputated arm here, and it doesn't bother him at all. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. It depends very much on him now, I think.
Rhea will be under 24-hour observation for the next few days. Veterinarians are especially concerned about some of the internal injuries caused by the violent blows he received. He must be carefully monitored throughout his recovery. Orangutans aren't the only victims of deforestation in Indonesia. Another species is the gibbon, a small tree-dwelling monkey that moves with astonishing agility. His characteristic song has become a hymn to the forest, a long lament with which the gibbon defines his territory. The neighboring island of Borneo is also being stripped bare. More than half of its forests are gone, slashed and burned for the profit of palm oil plantations. And recent land concessions could lead to the disappearance of 90% of the remaining forest on the island. Aurélien Brulé, known as Chane, left his native France at the age of 18 to settle in Indonesia. He founded Cyanide, an organization for the protection of gibbons. Deforestation on Borneo follows the same pattern. In the first stages, poachers target young gibbons to be sold as pets. At his conservation center, Aurélien Brulé tries to give gibbons who've been confiscated from the owners a decent life. They now live in large enclosures in the heart of the forest.
Throughout the Indonesian archipelago, we estimate there are 6,000 gibbons in captivity. Where do they come from? From the forest. The mother is killed and the baby clinging to her belly is captured. And they become living playthings. They're toys. People play with them for a while, then stick them in a cage where they die. It's sad, but this is increasingly common. More and more animals are being held in captivity because so many are caught during habitat destruction. So the logger moonlights as a poacher. They cut down the forest, leaving a little stand of trees where the gibbons are easy to catch. Then they sell them. I'm not giving these animals a second chance. I'm giving them a decent life, which they deserve. They didn't choose captivity. They didn't choose to be caught by poachers. It's our duty as human beings. I'm contributing by having these animals serve as wildlife ambassadors, to give us the means and the tools to protect those who are still in the trees. It's a global problem and very complex.
To protect the last wild gibbon populations, Chane makes regular flights over the great Indonesian forests to track deforestation. He's often able to flush out poachers who go about their business deep in the forest, out of sight.
One of your essential tools is your paraglider.
Yes, it's extremely effective because it takes so little effort. In a single half-hour flight, I can evaluate the situation in a reserve of over 1,000 hectares. It would take days on foot to ensure that there was nothing to worry about. I can also keep an eye on areas that are being cleared. This shows a path that was made in the interior. It's the first step before clear cutting. It's an access to the forest. And there they've started clearing, and you can see what's going on. So that's clear cutting. And they've also set fibers to be able to cut faster. So that forest is on fire.
But there must be a risk of the fires spreading.
A great risk, but that's actually what they want, to set a fire and burn as much as possible. So it's easier to burn the forest into a plantation. These fires don't get out of control. They are deliberately set to spread as far as possible. That's why there are dozens of fires lit here and there, so as much as possible will burn. The longer the dry season, the happier the oil palm industry is, because they can, unfortunately, convert the forest more quickly.
Isn't it against the law?
Absolutely. But this goes on every year in Borneo and Sumatra. The haze will even go beyond the country's border. That's how huge the fires are.
To counteract the massacre, Calawate was able to negotiate the creation of a protected preserve where they could release their gibbons back to nature.
When I created this reserve in Borneo, I did it with the authorities, with the locals. It was an ideal conservation organization. Then came elections. Attitudes and interests changed, and they're now cutting down the forest. What will happen to those animals? This is also a very corrupt country. Indonesia is the 5th most corrupt country in the world, so you have to deal with that. I can't remake Indonesia. My goal is to save gibbons, save the forest, so I do anything I can to achieve that. I've devoted 11 years of my life to a reserve in Borneo. 11 years of work, money, and patrols. Today, as we speak, this forest is being clear-cut. And the orangutans and gibbons who call it home? Sorry.
International pressure from many countries forced the hand of the Indonesian government, which did eventually set up national parks for the conservation of threatened species. But in the absence of competent authorities in the field, poachers operate freely, destroying any conservation efforts. The Teso Nilo National Park was supposed to protect 1,000 square kilometers of forest. Today, around 80% of the park is subject to rampant illegal poaching. On the edges of this park, the WWF has created its Elephant Brigade.
When the park was established, the park was already in a very bad condition at that time. So basically almost like land of nobody, and that's why these encroachers started to come. So the encroachers that were already there at that time become even more rampant because they possibly invite more people. And now, despite the situation, they still are surviving. It's now gone and turned into oil palm mainly. It's tough being elephant here in central Sumatra, but despite the situation, they still are surviving.
In the heart of this supposedly protected park is more evidence of illegal activity.
This is quite amazing.
Yes.
Who did this?
This area, what I heard is done by the local people here, not far from this area, that they still believe that this area is still part of their customary land. People who are in the field are basically, generally, just poor people that happen to need some money or just to sustain their life.
the threat to the survival of endangered species isn't restricted to the period of deforestation. Mature plantations pose their own dangers to survivors of deforestation. A team from the World Wildlife Fund uses GPS monitors to track the movement of some of the wild elephants. This morning, a herd entered a large oil palm plantation alongside another national park. These migratory animals simply don't have enough protected forest left, since the parks and reserves are under siege by the poachers. The team needs to intervene quickly to try to settle this new conflict between the wild elephants and the plantation owners.
We are just at the limit of Palaraja National Park, and we hear farmers who are attempting to hunt elephants off the plantations.
Challenge here is that to chase the elephant, you need to direct them to a place that is safe. But here, there is almost nowhere they can go.
The oil palm company owners have sent a group of workers to chase the elephants out of the plantation. The battalion, armed with firecrackers, tracks and surrounds the elephants, who have nowhere to go. It's an open-air circus, with the elephants as victims of an organized hunt.
The elephant are trying to go here, but there's somebody there again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, they're
There's
trapped.
so many noise, yeah.
Yeah.
We are living in like the war zone. They keep on trying to survive despite this kind of situations. Almost every one of them got different kind of scars in their body because they've been tortured here and there.
Slowly, run out. Now we are safe.
The elephants were able to get away from the first plantation, but are now being subjected to repeated attacks by workers at the next plantation over.
Look, you know, they're right in the middle of the two plantations and they don't know where to go.
Yeah. Different people chasing from different directions, so they must be really confused.
The plantations have become war zones where owners can do as they please. The elephants simply no longer have enough protected habitat to survive. National parks have been reduced to almost nothing, and the Indonesian government continues to close its eyes to flagrantly illegal activity. Many elephants die every year, poisoned for having breached the borders of plantations. There are only a few hundred Sumatran elephants left in this part of the island. The Indonesian government's inability to protect its parks and reserves leaves conservation groups with few alternatives.
That was the end for me. Now I don't take risks. I buy the land. If I'm permitted to, under Indonesian law, now that I'm a citizen, I will buy up as much as possible. Even if in terms of conservation, I'm not sure it's the best option. But if we want to be as certain as possible that we can save the forest, we have to buy patches of forest, create private conservation zones. With €1,000, we can save 1 hectare. family of gibbons needs 15 hectares. 15,000 euros will save a gibbon family forever. That is very concrete. And if we own the forest, we can put protection measures in place without having to seek authorization from any elected official, who may change every 5 years, or lobby authorities for which there is never a guarantee. This is completely different. Someone cuts down a tree on my reserve, it's as if someone came into my house to rob me. I call the local police who do their job. Welcome to Calawate, Sumatra.
From the high point of his reserve, we observe the morning spectacle of a family of wild gibbons. Free, on land rich in a variety of species, in the heart of a parcel of forest protected by Calawate.
It's wonderful because looking down, you can see wild animals, which is almost impossible when you walk through the forest.
Yes, it's one of the few places where you can observe wild gibbons at eye level. This is a family of 5. And it's great because the male has light-colored fur and the female is black, so you can see patches of color moving through the forest.
That young one seems pretty lively.
Yes, that's typical of gibbons. He's almost 2, still close to his mother, but he moves around on his own, jumping around to the annoyance of his parents.
What's amazing is to see that the work you do with the cages, with conservation, now allows you to buy sections of forest to protect it.
Yes. Thanks to the animals you hear in the background singing in their cages, I can protect the wild ones. This is why I came to Indonesia, to see wild gibbons and protect them. And we're doing just that here at Calawate Reserve, the forest we bought. I can touch that goal with my fingertips. Saving gibbons means saving trees, which saves all the animals. We have no time to lose, and the best way to proceed is to buy up the forest. In Indonesia, the first big victory, and we have the necessary tools to win it, is to ensure that zones protected under Indonesian law, all the existing national parks, all the existing reserves, are well and truly protected on the ground. We have the tools we need, the laws on our side. National parks and reserves have already been created. But it's clear to see that in Indonesia, the way the law is enforced is not what people are used to in developed countries.
The Calawate Foundation relies entirely on donations from the public. Will Shani's plea reach into our homes, where we consumers of palm oil can make a difference? Bowing to international pressure, a group of growers teamed up to produce certified sustainable palm oil. But it's a fraction of the world's supply, and some NGOs doubt the honesty of certain producers. Yet respect for habitat and biodiversity ought to be a basic condition of earning the right to exploit the forest anywhere on the planet.
The fight against palm oil is crucial, not just for the forest of Indonesia, which unfortunately is already severely affected by palm oil. Anything we can save in Indonesia is only a first step. But if we don't organize a defense, an offense against palm oil, then the industry will start the same process of destruction in Central Africa, in Gabon, especially, which is renowned for its lush forest. The oil palm corporations are already there, and in Latin America. That's why it's vital to have victories here, so that the pattern doesn't repeat so severely in other countries where palm oil exploitation is in its infancy. Just look at what's happened in Malaysia, which was one of the first countries targeted by palm oil and where little forest is left.
Deforestation accounts for 20% of greenhouse gas released into the atmosphere every year, which is a major contributor to global warming. The big day has arrived for some residents of the quarantine station. Today they set out on the long journey to the Janto reintroduction site in Aceh province. They're now ready to be set free in a protected area where the SOCP places survivors of deforestation gathered from all over Sumatra. The fact that the release site is so hard to reach offers some protection to this fragile area, mostly made up of peatland.
Peatlands are deep peat where all the leaves and trees and branches that have fallen into the water have never rotted because there's no oxygen down there. So you end up with this massive accumulation of carbon under the ground, sometimes 6, 10, 20 meters deep, something like that. Now, if you actually look at Indonesia, I think Indonesia has something like 56% of all the world's tropical peatland. The amount of carbon considered to be in these peatlands by the experts was something like 4 to 16 times what's in the atmosphere today. So this is a major issue. If you want to reduce emissions of carbon into the atmosphere, if you can stop destruction of Indonesia's rainforest, and especially its peatlands, you take a huge leap in the direction of your goal. If we fail to protect these, it has major, major consequences for all of us, not just the people here, but everybody on the planet.
After traveling for hours, the orangutans at last reach the Janto Release Center. They'll be re-examined and then enter a final adaptation stage before being released into the forest.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. This is the bit where we actually get to take a breather, eh?
Yeah.
It's always stressful when you've got the orangutans on the road because anything can happen, like bridges breaking down or getting stuck with a broken axle or something. But once you get them here, they're healthy, they're in the cages, you can relax a bit. Orangutans tend to just sort of grasp it. You know, okay, I'm in a box, let's see where I go.
Yeah.
But not all orangutans are so lucky. At the quarantine station, Rhea, the big male, badly beaten by plantation workers, is in trouble. He stopped responding to treatment, and his condition is deteriorating. The medical team needs to perform more surgery if there's any hope of saving his life.
Great day for Ruben, eh?
Yeah, in a minute, Muklis will he'll hang a few bits of fruit on the rope there, try and encourage him to go across, and then the last step is just to open the door.
Yeah.
And then it's up to the orangutan what he does next, yeah? This is what it's all about, yeah? I mean, ever since the orangutans first confiscated and in the medical quarantine and patched up and everything else, it's all about this day where the door is finally opened and they have that chance of a second life in the wild, which could be another 40, 50 years or so.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
At long last, the cage door slides open for Ruben, a young orangutan confiscated from his owners and treated by Ian's team. It's a great day, one everyone's been working towards, a day when freedom triumphs.
Obviously a little bit unsure about what he's doing, taking a look around. A lot of them do that. They you know, the surprise of having the door open is like, ooh, what's going on here? So they don't just immediately run into the trees, but they just consolidate themselves for a few minutes and see what's around, see what's where, and then they make a plan. Okay, look, he's off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not very interested in the fruit, more interested in the tree. We're very much hands-off from the very start. When they come out of the cages, They're not looking for a human contact. They're looking at the trees and seeing other orangutans there, and they're going there, and they're staying there. There's no difference between these orangutans right now and those orangutans I followed for 2 years in the swamps. They're up there all the time, feeding very much on the stuff they should be feeding on, and at the end of the day, they made these beautiful nests and went to sleep. Yenny sent me a text, we lost the poor guy, so yeah, I didn't make it. But I'm kind of, disappointed because I was a bit optimistic. I thought when we had a good look at him the other day, it looked like he's still pretty strong. He's been enthusiastic about his food, but I think the injuries that he's got inside are much more than we saw outside.
It's really sad because I thought it was a great, rescue story, but he was eating with good appetite and everything, but...
This is another orangutan dead at the hands of humans, farmers, villagers, just crazy people. And when they get an opportunity like that, they just go nuts. Orangutans get killed almost on a daily basis just for nicking a couple of durian fruits or something like that, It's just bizarre. It's completely out of kilter, Sad. But we move on, try and save the other ones.
I have the privilege to work with these magnificent species, including elephant, tigers, and rhinos, and they are categorized as critically endangered under IUCN criteria. All of these species or subspecies are in that category now. The next step beyond that is extinct in the wild, and we really don't want them to be there.
I can't imagine anyone thinking Calawate is a solution. It's often presented as such. Yes, we're doing amazing work, but we won't save the gibbon. Not the gibbon. We're saving some gibbons. And there's a huge difference. We're not saving the forest. We're saving bits of forest, fragments, pockets. But if we don't do it, we'll lose everything, so we have to do it. Maybe there'll be a study in 30 years in Borneo and we'll have saved 2% of the forest. Yeah, but it's not all gone. We have to focus on that, because if we don't act now, if nothing is done, we'll lose everything.
Deep in the South Pacific, is a little-known island, one so remote that the islanders are entirely self-sufficient. It's called Anuta, and after months of preparation, we set sail from the main cluster of the Solomon Islands towards this elusive destination. It's one of the smallest inhabited islands on Earth, just half a mile in diameter. It's tiny, but with a population of 300, Anuta has one of the highest population densities on the planet, about the same as Bangladesh. Anutans have no choice but to live in harmony with nature. They've developed ways of exploiting the natural resources in their environment that can be an inspiration to all of us. This volcanic island is part of the Solomon Island archipelago, yet is so geographically remote that travel to any of the other islands is difficult. A boat may stop in as infrequently as few times a year, but the schedule varies, so islanders cannot rely on it to bring in supplies. From Honiara, the capital of the Solomon Islands, it's a 5 or 6 day sail in good conditions, which gives us time to finalize our preparations. Anthropologist Richard Feinberg is traveling with us. Dr. Feinberg is the world's expert on this island people. He knows them well and has learned their language.
I first went to Anuta in 1972 to collect data for a doctoral dissertation at the University of Chicago. I lived there for about a year. I was looking for a relatively unacculturated place, a place where people's way of life, their way of thinking, their way of relating to one another is very different from anything that we would experience in the United States, Canada, Europe.
Giving gifts to the chiefs and the clans is customary. Our presents include fish hooks, fishing line, knives, and school supplies. Only 3 groups have ever been allowed to film on the island, and we are fully aware of the heavy responsibility we bear. It's reassuring to have Dr. Feinberg with us. His knowledge and invaluable advice will guide the crew in preparing for this historic encounter.
When we get to Anuta, chances are there will be 1 or more canoes coming out to the ship. It may also be that there are a number of people who swim out to the ship. And we will probably have some sort of formal greeting ceremony with the 2 chiefs. They will be seated on a ceremonial mat, and we will be asked to crawl on our hands and knees up to where the 2 chiefs are sitting. We then press our nose to the knee of the senior chief, one at a time. The chief will probably take his hand then and put it underneath your chin and lift your face so that it's even with his, and then you press your nose to the chief's nose. The chief will lift your head out of a sense of noblesse oblige.
Well, you're almost there.
Yeah. Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
On the morning of our 6th day at sea, there she was, magnificent, like a mirage floating above an endless ocean. Anuta.
There's a canoe approaching. Is Rick awake?
Yes.
Okay.
So should I go down here?
Sure.
When I saw the canoe come out, it just felt like a very familiar scene, something that I've seen dozens of times in different contexts. My first question was, who is in the canoe, and is it somebody I know? The last time I had seen Joseph was probably in 2000. So I didn't immediately recognize him, but I thought he might be the one coming out because his job, in part, is to greet people who come to the island.
Hey, welcome on board. Welcome on board.
In the movie?
Yeah.
I yelled down his Anutan name, and he yelled back up at me, yes, and climbed aboard, and we hugged for about 5 minutes.
Ah.
to shore in one of their traditional canoes. Some of the villagers give us their traditional welcome.
The people who are not part of the Western world, who are living in the present time, are not living fossils. They're not representatives of what people were like centuries ago, and we're not stepping back in time. They're very much part of today's world, but they're a different part from what most people with access to televisions have the opportunity to observe. They have children who go to school. They do recognize the value of money. They do recognize the value of modern medicine. They're concerned with travel and adventure and many of the same kinds of things that people in our part of the world are concerned about.
Joseph told me that there are probably 300 people.
The population is a serious issue here.
Yeah.
When I was first on Anuta, there were only about 150 people living on the island. So in 2 generations, the population has doubled.
Which is a lot for, a small island like this.
That's
with
right.
Limited
yes.
resources.
And even in 2000, when I was here, people were not complaining about the resources, but it was just getting crowded to the point where people were a bit concerned about their privacy, which I found a little odd because privacy is much less of an issue in a place like this than it is in Canada or the US. But even people here were thinking that the place was getting too crowded. I am delighted to be here. I have only been here once in the past decade. It's a bit of a shock to come here and realize that I don't know most of these people because the children were born after the last time I was here, and people's names change periodically. When they get married, they change their name. So it takes me a few minutes to figure out just who a person is. Who's Samoa? Hey! Father John. I knew him first as a child. I was very touched at seeing the way that he's matured into a thoughtful, responsible leader of the community. Yeah?
We approached the chiefs with some trepidation. Back in 1972, when Dr. Feinberg first visited the island, the senior chief took him under his wing. Not only did he teach him all about the island's unique culture, but he also made him his brother.
My first feeling was that my brother had aged a great deal since the last time I saw him. But he's just as sharp and thoughtful, just as much of a forceful presence as ever. I think that the bond between the two of us on a purely personal level has just continued to grow. My Canada. Canada. Mato taranga, the maple leaf. When Christmas? If you are the oldest son of the current chief, you have a pretty good chance of becoming the next chief. If you're in a different line, if you can't trace your ancestry or your parentage directly to a chief, then you are not going to be a chief. In terms of the social structure, there is really a surprising amount that has remained almost completely intact. They have a lot of social support. The idea of somebody being alone and neglected is almost unthinkable on Anuta, whereas it's all too common in our part of the world. So in that sense, perhaps yes, Anutans may be happier than we are.
Joseph, an Anutan who has lived in the city and speaks English, will be our guide throughout our stay. Members of the crew will be able to get to know the island and the warmth of the islanders.
Okay, we're going to the welcome banquet. The whole crew is invited onto the island. There will be traditional singing, there'll be ceremonial speeches, and then a banquet they've prepared for us. We'll obviously follow Joseph's instructions on what to do, but you'll see it's a very nice village, very well organized. Try to really make the most of the occasion because it's a privilege for all of us to experience something like this.
Anutans share a common value based on cooperation, sharing, and compassion for others. This philosophy, called aropa, is a basic principle for Anutans. Here, traditions still play an important role, and they are handed down from generation to generation.
I was skeptical. Is this a real tradition? Or are we just being made fools of by a bunch of people deliberately faking it? It quickly became apparent that that wasn't the case.
Happiness is a major value for Anutans. If you ask them why they do things in a particular way, why they perform certain customs, there are two stock answers that they give. One is because it's the ancient custom of our island. The other is to make us happy.
It was a wonderful surprise. We all had a great time. We never expected such a warm welcome.
I loved it. Anuta was terrific. They really made us feel welcome, and they were really considerate, really nice. I don't think there's anything phony about it at all. I think it's a good example to follow.
Following an age-old tradition, the 300 islanders came to greet us, one by one. This close contact greeting, called piquita, is a kind of nose kiss that allows you to penetrate the other person's bubble. Though unable to communicate with words, we felt a human warmth that went straight to our hearts.
Indescribable.
It's very moving.
An energy from your people that is very hard to describe with words.
No problem.
It just was a very intense feeling.
No, we are not looking for difference, but we are looking for unity.
Yes, yes.
Unity.
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 Yeah. Only the baby face.
C'est très difficile de mettre des mots.
It's hard to put into words because it's so moving, intensely emotional. I'm still caught up in it. I think the best word, when we approached, as soon as they started to sing, there was really, it was as if all barriers fell away, and there was just this experience. And I said to myself, just let it go and take it all in. And I started to cry. I don't know how many times we've heard that it's a privilege to be here, but I truly feel privileged. Truly. It's true, I like this way of greeting. You fully get who the person is. You're in contact with both the physical being and the psychic entity. But at the same time, they're very respectful.
Nice to see you.
The arrival of the church occurred not too long after a pretty devastating famine. And when something like that happens, people start to question the efficacy of the old religion. The church preaches love and support. Love thy neighbor as thyself. And Anutans were able to look at their own traditional value of aropa, and they could say, in essence, we were Christians before the church appeared.
The chief invited us to his leaf house and agreed to speak of the past, about the time not so long ago when life here was very different.
Koto tukutukunga ne ne kovi itpenwane ke manatu.
Yes, they certainly did. In the old days, when strangers came to the island, we would kill them.
A good thing for us.
Yes.
The community here has a great relationship with nature. You know, you can find your food, your house, everything come from nature. Didn't you see any changes over time? Is there less fish, less bird? Is it much harder than before?
It seems to me that there are more fish than there used to be. But on the other hand, there are fewer birds than before.
Kotapawa na kalanga I te wati ai mua rake wati ne pai te onge. Pakapea mo te wati te rotu koitu e au ki te penua nei. Kai kaumana tu poki ki rake wati ai anga one.
There have been famines in the past, but things are better now. I remember one famine when people had to eat dirt to survive. But now that the church has come here, there are fewer famines. Our current God protects us better than the old one did.
It's a very small island, and there's more and more people. Is he anxious about that?
The population of the island is increasing, but we don't worry about it. We have to accept and love all those who wish to come here.
What is the importance of nature for human?
The way I look at it, the purpose of nature is to sustain life. Nature provides all our daily necessities, but it also gives us whatever we need to defend ourselves against her rages.
Well, thanks him very much, and I hope that he will have a long, long life.
He already has.
We spent time, lots of time, with islanders who quickly became friends. They asked us to tell them who we were, what we're doing, and they did the same. In a world where barriers between individuals seem non-existent, perhaps because of aropa, the life principle based on respect and compassion. On Anuta, hunting means only one thing. Catching birds is an ancient practice which takes place at night at the top of a cliff where terns and other seabirds nest.
Every hunter has his own way of calling birds. The idea is to try to attract them here, so they'll fly right over our heads. They have long poles with nets at the end. They try to catch them and fly.
I think they're quite conscious of their relationship with the environment. There isn't any point in continuing to catch fish or hunt birds if they have as much as they can use. But they also know that the supply is limited, and if they overfish or if they overhunt, that they can damage the supply in the long run, and it'll be a problem.
Fishing is the main activity on Anuta, and their survival depends on it. Anutans are remarkable swimmers, and their thorough knowledge of the coral reefs that encircle the island is impressive.
Anuta is very remote, probably about as remote as any place you can find on Earth, and they are pretty much self-sufficient. In some ways, that self-sufficiency is a little bit of an illusion because they catch fish with metal fish hooks and monofilament fishing line. They use waterproof flashlights to hunt fish and collect shellfish at night. When they go to work in the garden, they use metal knives and axes. So it's not completely cut off in that sense. Food is incredibly important to the Anutans. Food is connected with the idea of life. We think of somebody dying when the person stops breathing, when the heart stops beating. The Anutans, at least traditionally, regarded the point of death as coming when the person could no longer eat.
Anutans use a variety of fishing techniques, depending on fluctuations in temperature, wave strength, and tides. These techniques were developed to ensure a steady food supply, no matter what the weather and environmental conditions. Here, they eat anything, as long as they limit the catch to the needs of the community.
If the population grows too fast, the results could very well be disastrous. There has to be some way of controlling the resident population. Somehow, the population has to be kept in balance with what the environment has to provide.
Farming is vital for Anutans. At the top of the island, each extended family has a garden that provides the food needed to feed its members. They mainly grow manioc, taro, and some fruit such as bananas and papaya. Crop rotation keeps the soil in good condition. To ward against famine and natural disaster, Anutans store a paste made of manioc or taro which ferments in the ground. Called ma, this food can stay buried for several years before being eaten. Anutans know the value of money, but they don't use it in their daily lives. However, they have set up a student association so that young people can go to school off-island.
I live here and then I go over to Honiara. I go to school in the vocational school in Aftara. It's a technical school. I pick up a course as a mechanic, and then, yeah, I finished and then I work in Honiara. It's about 9 years. I came back because I went to look after my parents, and then, yeah, because they're getting old, so I think it's a big responsibility for me because I'm their kid, so when I become a man, I have to look after them as they look after me when I was a kid. Life here is very different compared to town, to Honiara. Honiara is so much noisy, sometimes you don't know what will happen to you. Yeah, you don't know, there are lots of people and you don't know what they're in their mind, whether you are safe, really safe or not. But here, you feel safe because you know everybody. Here you understand all the people, you receive everything free. You don't have to pay for your food, you just work for it. And you go anywhere you like without paying your transport and something like that.
The island's supply of large trees is limited. When a tree is felled to make a canoe, it becomes a full member of the extended family.
So, Joseph, that was his canoe, right?
Yes, his canoe.
That's the oldest canoe?
That's the oldest canoe.
When was it built?
Late 18th, I think. They only use stone axes and also fire. Made the fire, then burned the old.
Okay. So that means that you took good care of it because,
yes.
It's...
We treat the canoe as a human being too, especially. Because that is not the only way for us to go as fast Fatutaka by canoe.
So this canoe was made from one single tree, right?
Yes.
This is over a century old, and it's still used for inter-island voyaging. I've never come across any place where canoes are kept this long or where people put this much effort into taking care of them.
This is the only way for us to get fish from the sea.
If a canoe is damaged to the point where it can't be repaired, they hold a funeral for the canoe, very much like the funeral that they would hold for a deceased relative.
The amazing thing is that they use the island as an orientation point. They'll use the trees at the top of the mountain to find their approximate position out at sea. Then, one person jumps into the water to locate the reef exactly. Their fishing technique is very simple. They use fishing lines and hooks. And for bait, they mainly use pieces of octopus or squid. Simple, but so effective. We're now directly over the reef. You can see the bottom, and they really make it look easy. When you see the map they've drawn of the coral reef, you realize that this little island includes an area that's underwater. So for them, the island is not as small as it looks to us. It's surrounded by coral reef that they know very well, and the size of the island extends to encompass all of that.
Anutans have mentally charted all the coral reefs and fishing zones in order to manage them sustainably. This vital knowledge, passed down through the generations, is at the heart of their survival.
For us, it's very important that we manage how we catch fish. You see here, I think sometimes we put boundaries. Nobody can fish in it. And then it's about a year or 1.5, and then you can go back and harvest. They open it up, and everybody can go. Fish is bigger, and we have enough.
It's amazing to see how fast we can move under sail. It's impressive.
Their isolation and enforced self-governance led naturally to sustainable development practices, essential to the survival of all the inhabitants of this ecosystem. It's our last day on Anuta. A certain sadness overtakes the crew. We've discovered far more than a fine example of balanced natural resource use. We will soon be taking leave of friends with whom we have shared openly, unreservedly. The Anutans insisted that the whole crew attend the farewell ceremony, a grand traditional banquet which will proclaim our status as new residents of the island.
I think everyone was impressed at how warm and welcoming they were. It's not always the case on ships, but we proved we're a good team. Interested, curious, we were willing to try anything they offered us. Eager, in fact.
The farewell ceremony was pretty intense, I'd say powerful. Something we'll remember for the rest of our lives. We were a bit worried at first because we didn't know what to expect. But they are an incredibly welcoming people, very open, and it's clear they love their island.
Dressed in traditional garb, we start the farewell ceremony by a ceremonial tour of the entire island for a detailed look at our new home, bequeathed to those who have understood and accepted the unique way of life on Anuta.
The last day on Anuta was a real privilege. We were escorted by the whole village on a ceremonial walk around the island, as if the act of leaving footprints in the sand would give us a deeper insight into what the island was all about. They wanted us to soak it all in one last time.
Our imprint will remain on the island and in the hearts of the islanders. Through their generosity, openness, and their traditions, they've taught us almost forgotten principles about the relationship of humans with the natural world. But above and beyond a harmonious relationship with the environment, we've seen and learned a great deal about basic human nature.
In some ways, they don't have a lot of choice. They can't snap their fingers and become people of New York or Chicago. That's not going to happen, and they know it. On the other hand, they probably wouldn't really want to transform their island into a mini New York or a mini Chicago. They are making conscious choices. Their choices are not infinite. They know that they're constrained, but they also have made a decision that custom is important to them, and they want to try to hang on to it as much as they possibly can.
We prepared gifts for the extended families, for the children, and for the little island school. A length of fishing line, fish hooks, knives, everyday items that may seem ordinary to us, but that are far more valuable here. In keeping with tradition, we also visited each of the families and ate with them, very much in the spirit of aropa, where everyone is welcomed and treated as an equal. At the end of the parting feast, everyone joined in the dance. It was a sort of mass revel in which joy and laughter are part of an emotional process that leads up to the lamentation. Traditional belief holds that gathering to weep for loved ones in this way lets people release the pain and sorrow of parting.
There's always a feeling that this could be my last time. It's so hard to get to that you never know if you're going to be able to come back. And because of all of that, it's always an overwhelming emotional experience to arrive and then again to leave.
We came to learn about their way of living in harmony with nature. But we're leaving with far more, with a deep sense of principle and values, which we know not how or why have renewed our faith in life. We're heading for Komodo Island in Indonesia. Komodo is an island of mystery, almost mythical, because of its famous residents, the Komodo dragons, the largest lizard on the planet. They can grow 3 meters long, and the average adult weighs around 75 kilograms. But one hulking fellow tipped the scales at more than 166 kilograms, over 356 pounds. Enough to send chills up your spine when you know what these fearsome predators can do. Komodo is one of the 17,000 islands, large and small, that make up Indonesia. Around 2,000 people live here in wary proximity to one of the most ferocious carnivores on the planet. The rugged island terrain consists of broad mountain valleys, savanna, and arid plains, characteristic Komodo dragon habitat. Surprisingly, scientists didn't officially discover the species until 1910, though we know that they've shared their island with humans for many hundreds of years. The Komodo dragon is part of the varanid family. It's a carnivore, an ambush hunter, rapidly charging its prey without warning. It can reach a speed of 20 kilometers an hour over short distances when attacking, but it is also a carrion eater, ready to chow down on almost any animal carcass. It's even been seen rooting through cemeteries, forcing villagers to move graves to protected areas. The Komodo dragon is perfectly adapted to its environment and can live to the age of 50. It's one of the rare vertebrates that can reproduce by parthenogenesis. Females are able to lay viable eggs without male fertilization. The species is endemic to Indonesia and is found mainly on Komodo, Rinca, and Flores Islands. Komodo dragons are designated vulnerable on the list of endangered species. The population is estimated at between 4,000 and 5,000. However, recent surveys recording an abnormally low number of reproductive females have alarmed the scientific community. In 1980, a national park was created for their protection. Park authorities are mandated to protect the territory essential for their survival, as well as ensuring that the Komodo dragons and their human neighbors can safely share the island. Biologists monitor the Komodo dragon populations throughout the vast Indonesian territory. Ahmad and Denny work for a local NGO, and over the years, they've become experts in all things Komodo dragon.
Welcome on board. Thank you.
Sedna 4 will serve as base camp for the next population census to take place on a number of islands in the sector.
Okay, so here we are, the famous Komodo Island, Rinca. Where do you work mainly?
We have 10 sites. So we work in Komodo Island, Rinca Island, Nusa Kode Island, and also Gilimotang Island. Basically what we're doing is, this is a collaboration project between the national park and our organization.
How many people work with your team?
Normally we work 7 people involved.
In this trip, we have 2 visitors from the American Zoo. So one from Los Angeles Zoo, then the other one is from Knoxville Zoo. So because our project is also funded by some zoos in America, so they come here, help us, and also checking to see the...
And then see the... they also learn how to maintain the population here.
So what do we do this morning?
We will start to set up camera trap here.
The main idea is to know whether the dragon present in this area or not.
Let's go then.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
The census covers a huge territory, and the biologists are working with limited means. A number of American specialists have come to lend a hand to their local colleagues. The scientists hope to learn more about this still little understood species.
This place is unique. Every time I wake up in the morning and I walk outside, I see something that I've either never seen before or only seen on TV, you know, only read about. It's truly like waking up in Jurassic Park.
Ahmad and Denny's work so hard. Their work ethic is unparalleled, and I feel like they have a really good understanding of what to do to fully understand Komodo dragons.
That's the first site?
Yeah, this is our first site.
Label?
You use goat all the time, or?
Always goat, because that's the best. Goat smells really bad, and I think it's the best bait for attracting the dragon.
Is there some problem with you know, people and livestock like goats?
Yeah, sometimes the dragon kill goat that belong to villagers, because you know the deer is the main prey for dragon, and goat is just almost the same with the deer. So we're taking the trial shot just to make the frame the bait is on frame.
Smile. So you use that for the smell around?
Yeah, yes, it's to attract the dragon. The dragon have very good sense of smells. They could smell for up to 1 kilometer. They have an organ called organ Jacobson, so they don't use the nose like us. By the end of the tongue, the chemical receptor, and they will transfer the chemical they take from the air to that organs.
Oh yeah.
It's to make sure it's cover all the area.
On Komodo Island, the favorite prey are deer, goats, and water buffalo. But dragons are not picky eaters. They'll eat anything they can sink their teeth into, living or dead. They like to hide and wait for their prey near water, ready to charge the moment an animal lowers its guard.
On the exterior, they seem like this otherworldly, anachronistic creature that still exists on this earth. There was one situation where a dragon had tried to kill a water buffalo, had been unsuccessful, and the buffalo hit it, with its head, threw it into the air. Dragon landed and didn't move for 3 days, and then finally, after 3 days, picked itself up and walked away. So just kind of to say that they're indestructible in a way. I mean, you saw the scars on that individual, and they fight and they tear each other up. They drink disgusting brackish water that's probably tainted with all kinds of things, and yet they still persist. Overall, they're strong. I mean, they can keep going.
The biologists have set up a number of motion detector cameras all over the area. The smell of decomposing goat meat attracts the dragons within camera range, and their visit is documented.
Ooh. No doubt about the smell.
43 picture.
Oh. So
this is last one when we arrived. This is already dark.
Pig?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Boar. It's quite a lot here.
Yeah.
That data is taken, and we get an idea what the density of the dragon population is. Ultimately, if we do this every year, we can see if the population is declining or increasing.
Okay, we will become two groups. One group will be responsible on the left-hand side. To take 3 camera traps, and then the other side will be responsible to take 2 camera traps. Okay.
ambil itunya.
Denny leads the way. We have to keep our eyes open because dragons are experts at camouflage.
Oh, there's a dragon over there.
Oh yeah.
Can you see it? I would say it's probably size for female. It might be one of the dragons which is trapped on the camera trap.
Yeah.
Danny, the tail still looks fat, so she probably didn't lay this year, huh?
Okay.
So this is a female? We think it's a female. She's not very big. In fact, she's probably about my height. It's amazing to see how these animals just disappear in the landscape. That's the greatest danger, mistaking one for a tree trunk or a piece of dead wood. You don't want that to happen.
Based on her body condition, she's probably hasn't laid eggs this year. She's still got a lot of fat stored in her tail. She looks very healthy. Oftentimes you're walking down the trail and you're not paying close attention, and next thing you know, you're a couple meters away from a dragon. Beautiful animal. Great to see.
When hungry, dragons will go for any animal around, including their own young.
There is kind of like shift between adult activity and hatchling activity. So in the morning, early in the morning when the adult one active, all the baby will be on the tree just to avoid cannibalism. Yeah. And then once the big dragon just slug just because too hot, and then they can go to the ground. Okay. That's what we found so far from radio tracking study. Sometimes I would say female also, if the male can have opportunity, they will kill the female. That's right. That's happening in the zoo also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there something that they don't eat?
Everything that
Vegetables.
Only vegetables. Everything. They are top carnivore here.
The Indonesian government and the Indonesian National Park Service protect the dragons very well. It's the poaching, actually, of the prey items, the deer, the Sunda deer. They're a source of food, and without the deer, the Komodos would struggle.
Hey, hi. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
How are you? Any nice picture?
We are going to.
Okay,
we
great.
just started downloading the images.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. Have a seat.
Wow.
It's a big one.
That's a big one. Very big.
It's healthy.
That's big.
Big. Healthy as well.
Yes.
So this camera is record not only dragon but any animals that any movement.
Too big.
Chicken.
Chicken.
Jungle fowl.
Can you do some photo ID with dragon to recognize them? I suppose when they have big scar, but it's too difficult.
It's very difficult. You know, there are some researchers use the camera to trying to identify how many dragon individual. They trying to use the macro capture method.
Yeah.
Because I think it's only could be done to animal that can be distinguished by the images pattern.
Like
For example, tiger, and also the rhino.
It's hard to determine the exact number of Komodo dragons scattered over different parts of the island. The motion detector cameras will tell the scientists if there are Komodo dragons in a particular area, but the technique doesn't provide any specific information on individuals. If biologists want to follow the development of specific Komodo dragons over time, they have to capture them. A number of dragons have small transmitters implanted under the skin that identify and differentiate them. The catalog of Komodo dragons is a vital source of information on the biology of the species. But in order to access this information, you have to capture individuals.
Thank you.
The whole team meets at the entrance to Komodo National Park. For us, it's a big day. Capturing and handling this dreaded and powerful animal is a real challenge. Everyone is assembled and ready for action. The modular cages will be carried into the heart of dragon habitat. The biologists are confident they'll be able to catch one of the animals tagged in previous captures.
So these are the cages used to trap the Komodo dragons. They have just arrived from the village, so we'll take them up to the site. We'll set out bait, and let's hope we manage to trap one.
Recapturing dragons is the only way to monitor the development of individual animals. And population monitoring allows biologists to track the animal's health over time and observe the growth of the Komodo dragons in ideal conditions. The national park is the last peaceful haven for this endangered species. The team will be assisted by staff from the national park. These park wardens have enormous experience in dragon territory and know how to react in the event of an attack. But no weapons. They defend us using only sturdy forked sticks to push the dragons away.
One trap will be set up here.
Okay.
Come in. I want to protect the cameraman and then everybody that goes there.
We are setting the cages up here. There are chunks of goat meat set out, and a male has already picked up the scent and is trying to approach. The guards are trying to control him, so it should not be too hard to trap one.
It takes several men to manage this large, hungry male. The smell of the goat meat excites the animal, but the park wardens keep things under control.
There are 3 baits that we put. One is in the pond, the other one in the middle part, and the other one is tied to the string, the mechanical, so it's activated. So when the dragon came, they will grab the first one, the second one, and when he grabbed the third one, it will be, he can lift the traps and wait the dragon come.
Okay.
Everything's ready. The signal's being given. Now the wardens can get out of the way of the increasingly famished dragon.
We've got to be careful not to get bitten because they charge very quickly. It's amazing. They rarely attack humans, but when they do, it's a serious matter.
What's the plan? We will open the door?
We will noose first, open one of the window here, and then pull one by one from the tail, and then hind leg, and then tie the hind leg. After that, pull again, tie the front leg, and then try to measure this dragon. Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Go.
The animal's strength is tremendous. It's crucial that his powerful feet not touch the ground. He could knock over anyone trying to pin him down if he gets his feet under him.
Okay, you can sit there.
Sit there.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
good. A little bit more. Okay, Ahmad.
They tape the animal's jaws shut to prevent him from using this fearsome weapon.
Karung. Okay, sidik lepas.
Sidik lepas. Now we're gonna check the dragon whether it's been tagged or not. So we usually put the tag on the right hind leg. So you're gonna check it with this thing. Yep. Yeah, so it's already.
Okay.
It's already ID. And I'm gonna check. So can help. Yeah. 000 643 58 BA. So we're gonna check the record, whether it's from this island or from other islands. Just make sure. Yeah. The first time we catch this animal is on 2004, so it's 10 years ago.
What is the weight or the length? Total length, total body length?
Only 10 kilograms.
10 kilograms.
Wow. It's still.
No, it's. I would say this
young.
is 60 kilograms. We'll see later.
Yeah.
We will
and
see.
the total length only 1.8 meters.
We have to measure the snout vent length because if the total length is important, but just because the dragon is not regenerate their tail, so this is the important one.
Can you
hold here? Okay, thank you, Jean. 133.5. Total body length 2.66. 2.66. Pull him.
Up.
Up.
Okay, one little moment.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. It's more than 10 kilos, that's for sure.
It's 60.
60.
Yeah.
This is a male because usually the female is never weighed more than 40 kilograms and never had long more than 2.4. So 2.4 is the maximum for female. We never found female more than 2.4. So we can tell for sure this is a male.
And what is the sex ratio male-female in the wild?
Scientists believe that the ratio is 1 female for 3 males, but we still want to find out whether it's true or not.
How long can they live?
For the male, they could live up to 40 years, but when we're trying to estimate the age, some of the male some are very healthy animal, the male one can live up to 60, but mostly they live 40 years old. while the females live shorter than the males. Probably they only live for 30 years. This pen is telling us that the dragons already been measured.
Yeah.
So when the dragons come to the trap again, so we didn't have to
let them go.
just let them go.
First, we untied the legs, but people who handle the legs make sure his leg doesn't touch the ground, because once he touches the ground, he will be very strong and angry.
Guys, 1, 2, 3.
He's angry.
He's angry, eh?
The strength of these animals is incredible.
Wow.
He's not happy there.
This Komodo dragon can now return to the peaceful forest of the park. He's lucky to live in a protected area. Here, hunting is banned. This allows his prey to reproduce and be present in large numbers. When food is abundant, the dragons rarely fight each other. But that's not always the case on other islands where there is less prey and where cannibalism has been observed. Komodo dragons do not live solely in protected parks where human activity is strictly regulated. In some areas, dragons and villagers have to share space, and it isn't always easy.
What is the relationship between the villagers and the Komodo dragons?
There is a mythology. The Komodo dragons actually family with the villagers.
And also when a dragon came into the village, for example, when they smells food, and the people didn't try to harm the dragon, they just pushed the dragon away.
We stopped at one of the small, isolated villages where people have to interact with Komodo dragons. Age-old myths underlie these shared living arrangements.
Nice to meet you. John.
John, I come from Canada.
When I was a little girl, my parents told me a story of a woman who gave birth to twins, one a human, the other a dragon. The dragon ran into the forest. Since that time, we have a blood tie with the dragons, a tie so strong that we are forbidden to kill them. We are not allowed to harm them in any way. The dragons are actually humans with tails.
These widespread beliefs provide a level of protection for the dragons.
Dragons often attack cats or goats. One came right into my kitchen and ate my cat.
Kucing. Pokoknya binatang apa saja dia lihat itu dari atas tuh.
Traditionally, all families kept goats. Not anymore, though, because they'll just get eaten by dragons.
Tapi habis.
This is where the dragons live. It's their home. And that's just fine, because tourists come here to see them. It's fine with me if they attack cats, chickens, and goats, but not our children.
Goats, cats, dogs, and even chickens regularly fall victim to dragons who prowl the village. Villagers continue to hold the mythical animal in high respect, despite horrifying and sometimes deadly encounters.
It was a Friday. The children were all making their way home after a day at the beach. My son was sitting on the stairs. All of a sudden, a dragon leapt on his legs and threw him to the ground. I heard screams and ran to try to rescue him. When I got outside, there was blood everywhere. His belly had been ripped open.
When I got there, I screamed, "My son is dead." I couldn't believe my eyes. I felt his last breath, and I fainted. When I woke up, my child's body looked like the carcass of a dead animal. I'm still grieving. The wound is still there. It's still hard for me to talk about.
Tidak usah takut.
Nenek kita dengar ada kejadian buruk menimpa nenek dengan buaya. Ya, bisa diceritakan apa yang terjadi, Nenek?
I was alone walking in the forest. A dragon came up behind me and bit down on my hand. I had a knife, but I didn't use it. I didn't want to hurt it. He's a member of my family. I started kicking him to defend myself. Eventually, some people from the village came to help me. They got me to the hospital. I stayed there for a week.
Is it still very painful today?
The nerves were damaged. You can see, this is where he grabbed me. When I move my hand, it's still painful. But I have to keep working to survive.
Komodo dragons are natural predators, designed to kill their prey. That's why they're at the top of the food chain. They've been on the island much longer than humans have. They lived in ecological balance with the other species in their ecosystem before their territory was occupied. For them, hunting for food is essential for their survival. It's also the role they play in nature, their vital function within the great chain of life. When hungry, Komodo dragons hunt. With no concept of right and wrong, they don't distinguish between a goat, a deer, or a child.
The dragon was 3.5 meters long. The next week, guards came and took him to another island. I can't blame the dragon. It was my son's destiny. That's all there is to it.
Every Friday I think about it. I pray that my son is happy where he is.
Destiny? Well, maybe. When individual lives are ruled by a society's values and beliefs. In the past, goats were sacrificed as offerings to satisfy the appetite of the predators and ward off attacks. But animal protection groups oppose the practice, declaring it cruel and immoral. So the children have learned to be wary of the Komodo dragons, who share their village, their playgrounds, their daily lives. But an ambush can happen anytime. Yet here, it's all put down to destiny. Villagers built a wall to protect the schoolyard. But the school is at the far end of the village, near the mountain, where the dragons lurk. Here, spiritual values, beliefs, and mythology do more to safeguard this endangered species than the concepts of protection and nature conservation.
Did you have any incident yourself? Were you bitten by a dragon before?
For this research, we catch almost 1,000 individual dragon, and one dragon can there several times, so it's almost more than 2,000 captures, and there's no accident. That is something that we're always proud of.
Yes, of course.
I think as long as we respect wild animal as wild animal, it won't become a big problem. So we can learn how to catch the dragon, safe for the dragon, and then also safe for researcher also.
But in reality, there's no safety for this endangered species.
I would say their biggest threat would be any kind of loss of interest. This park is good and it's stable right now, but I would say if people tend to stop being interested for whatever reason, I worry that they may not protect them as well as they should. They may not be as vigilant in protecting them, and that could be a problem.
Like so many species that are threatened or endangered, it's habitat destruction. With the introduction of invasive species comes also disease. And you're talking about a population of animals here that's probably less than 5,000 individuals. That's not too many animals. So if a disease, was introduced to the islands, they could quickly be wiped out.
Despite the many threats to its precarious existence, no one wants to see this extraordinary carnivore disappear. The Komodo dragon represents much more than a formidable predator within an ecosystem. Here, it's considered a full member of the family of living beings. Only time will tell if these traditions can spare the largest dragon on the planet from extinction. We set sail for Lamalera, a small fishing village in Indonesia. Lamalera is on a mountainous volcanic island where the poor soil is not suitable for farming. Villagers depend for survival on a centuries-old hunting tradition, whaling. And their main target isn't just any whale. They hunt the sperm whale, the world's largest carnivore, that can grow to a length of 20 meters and weigh up to 55 tons. Lamalera is on the island of Limbato, one of the 17,000 islands that make up Indonesia. The earliest written record of this whale hunt dates back to 1643, when Portuguese explorers described it as heroic. People in Lamalera have always subsisted on what the ocean could provide. But with no nearby reefs or shallows harboring fish colonies, villagers must sail far from shore to cast their nets in the deep ocean. For centuries, fishermen rowed out to sea in their frail craft, hauling in anything that could feed the community. But these meager catches were not enough to ensure the village's long-term survival. So they developed a whaling technique using handmade harpoons. But in the early 2000s, a sophisticated new piece of fishing gear was added to the tackle box, the outboard motor. There are now about 30 outboards, and they've completely transformed what villagers still call traditional fishing. Sharks, rays, and dolphins are choice targets, and much easier to catch with motorcraft. While they still use traditional boats to hunt the sperm whale, motorcraft help in various ways.
We depend on sperm whales. We do catch dolphins and rays, but without the sperm whale, the community could not survive. That's why we all pray that the whales will come back year after year.
Whales are vital for the inhabitants of Lamalera. Without them, we die of starvation.
Long classified as traditional subsistence activities, hunting and fishing in Lamalera are not subject to any quotas or bans on harvesting for the protection of endangered species. This exception to international law has not been reviewed since the hunters began using outboards. Villagers still consider their practices as ancestral activities essential to their survival. Whaling season begins in May. The whole village gathers to pray and commemorate the souls of those lost at sea while working at this dangerous occupation.
At the beginning of every hunting season, the first formal event is a get-together we call the beach meeting. We talk about various issues concerning the hunts to come. We might, for example, spend time discussing which team will harpoon first, second, and so on. We have to agree on that, or it will be a free-for-all. Then later that night, we make an offering of candles and flowers to the memory of those lost at sea. They are our heroes.
Dan juga tanggal 1 Mei itu ditetapkan
May 1st is the day of the first whale hunt.
Musim resmi turun ke laut. Pada saat itu juga setelah misa,
the day begins with a blessing of the boats
ada
and the
upacara
men.
pemberkatan laut.
Then all the fishermen go out to sea to do their job.
Traditional boats called tena used to be propelled by oar or sail. But nowadays, the large craft are towed far out to sea where the whales can be found.
There's a ban on hunting blue whales, but we're allowed to catch sperm whales and orca. We are dependent on waves and plankton. If plankton is abundant and the waves head towards us, then the whales will come to us. If the waves go out to sea, the whales won't come.
The harpooner stands on a small platform in the bow. He has to leap into the air to plant his harpoon in the animal's flesh. It's an art, and one with considerable risk. It's a difficult and dangerous job, and results in many casualties.
I've been hunting whales my whole life. I started when I finished grade school, and I stopped 3 months ago, when I lost my leg.
Some lose their lives. Others bear the scars of a battle lost in the name of tradition.
During a hunt, there was a lot of confusion on the boat, and I ended up in the wrong place. I was standing with my leg in among the ropes when the harpoon caught in the whale and the cable started to reel out and I was thrown into the sea. When the cable between the whale and the boat tightened, it cut off my leg. It was a big whale, but we lost it.
Whether the whale is large or small, it all depends on the harpooner.
The harpooner is the most important person on the team. If you don't have a good harpooner, there's no point in going to sea. Even with a team of 8, 9, or 10 men, you have to have a good harpooner. A real harpooner has to be able to stand straight up at the front of the boat without getting nervous or feeling any fear when he sees the red eyes of the whale. A harpooner can't make a mistake. The rest of the team expects him to be successful no matter what. If there aren't many whales and I miss, I feel that I've let the others down. They rely on me. I feel an enormous sense of responsibility.
It's a lucky escape for this killer whale. The harpoon fell out, and we're unlikely to see him again anytime soon.
The most remarkable thing I remember is the time I chased down and harpooned 3 whales, all in the same day. One of the whales was at least 15 meters long. All the boats were after it. Being a harpooner is a source of pride, mainly because it's a skill handed down from father to son. My father was not a harpooner, so I'm even prouder because of that. When we spot a dolphin, we come close and reduce speed so we can follow it. But it's tricky. Dolphins are unpredictable. They zigzag all over the place. I can catch up to 10 small dolphins a week, but if they're big, probably only 5.
The recently introduced use of motorboats has changed the way they hunt and greatly increased the pressure on a variety of vulnerable species. After another day hunting at sea, it's time to divvy up the catch among the crew. In a well-established distribution system, the harpooner and the boat's owner are allotted the best pieces.
Anita.
This is the harpoon guy, so he's the one first time,
How do they eat that? Is it dry in the sun or?
Bagaimana dimasaknya? Dikeringin dulu baru dimasak?
Enggak, langsung ada yang kasih kering, ada yang langsung masak. Lemak puasa.
Okay. They can try it first, but it's more delicious if you just cook it right away.
Obviously, for Westerners like ourselves, these images are very hard to accept because we have an almost emotional relationship with dolphins. When we come to places like this, I think we have to set aside our opinions, our Western point of view, to be able to understand this culture, even a little. But it's not easy.
The numbers given by the harpooner are food for thought. If this one boat takes 10 dolphins a week, how many dolphins are caught every year by the Lamellera fleet's dozens of boats? And what is the impact on marine species now that motorboats are part of the hunter's arsenal? In this corner of the world, there are no scientists to track population numbers.
Don't you think you're hunting too many dolphins?
No, not at all. There will always be dolphins.
Fishermen believe that their God knows what's good for them and would not put all these animals in their path if it wasn't right. Many boys aspire to the most prestigious job around. For generations, harpooners have commanded great respect here in the village because they contribute to feeding the whole community. For these youngsters, the dream of confronting a big sperm whale out at sea is very real.
This is a day for celebration because they've just caught a young sperm whale. It's a young male. You can tell from the teeth. It's a male. Hard to tell the exact age, but he's still fairly small. It's probably easier for them to catch the smaller ones. The main harpooner thrust the first harpoon into the whale. That harpoon is on a rope, and the rope is attached to a small wooden boat, which the whale now has to pull. Obviously, the idea is to exhaust the whale. Once the animal slows down, they'll come in closer and shoot more and more harpoons into it, attached to other boats. So by increasing the amount of drag on the animal and tiring it out, they'll eventually be able to deliver the death blow. It's an ancient technique used by very few people anywhere in the world. It's been effective for who knows how many years, so they see no reason to change it.
We heard it was a difficult hunt. Is that so?
Yeah. Yes. It was very tough. 2 of the 11 boats tipped. It took us an hour and a half to get the boats back in position. Other harpooners had to jump in to lend a hand. It was a difficult hunt. I'm a harpooner, and it's a dangerous job. So many things can go wrong. It's very risky. I could die at any moment.
Is there more risk with a bigger whale?
It's always risky, and accidents happen all the time. It doesn't matter how big the whale is. It's dangerous. We have to be really focused during a hunt. We harpooners have a rule. If we have worries at home, we do not go to sea. It's a lot safer. You don't want to take a chance.
How many whales did the village caught this year?
Sudah berapa paus yang diambil tahun ini, Pak?
Tahun ini 2013 ya?
Ya.
This year, we've caught 25.
25 ekor.
Teman-teman di desa
25? That's a lot, isn't it?
Ambilnya, Pak.
No, it's not too many. If we could catch more, we would. We need them. They're our survival. We're not going to empty the sea by catching 25 whales a year. They're a gift from God. There will always be plenty of whales.
We use every part of the whale. Nothing goes to waste. That shows just how much we need them. We have a saying here that goes, we should all have food to eat, not just our relatives, but everyone. When the pieces are cut out, the women roll them in salt and then hang them to dry. That way the whale meat will keep for months.
The whales are our livelihood. We depend on them. A single whale will feed the community for a month.
Half my share goes to my mother-in-law. I also give some to my neighbors and to the widows. We also traded for corn. 1 platter of corn for 3 strips of whale meat. Sometimes we also traded for bananas and manioc.
The treasure will be divided according to a precise ritual. The crew that first harpooned the whale claims the choice pieces, but the whole community benefits from this manna from the sea.
Tomorrow, the chief will come down from the village, and the head will be set aside for him. The oil will be shared among the members of the village, but the head is always reserved for the chief.
The next day, the villagers begin cutting up the sperm whale's head, which contains the precious spermaceti.
So this is the head of the sperm whale with its single blowhole, which is to the right of center. That's typical. So the blow is always at a slight angle. They will cut off the part of the head that contains the spermaceti, a very valuable oil. Sperm whales are part of Odontoceti, or toothed whales. They have only 1 blowhole, unlike baleen whales that have a double blowhole. The blowhole is off-center, and within the structure is where you find the spermaceti oil.
When the whale is alive, its internal temperature is 37 degrees Celsius, so the spermaceti is in liquid form. Originally mistakenly identified as the whale's semen, the name sperm whale is derived from spermaceti whale. But below 30 degrees, the spermaceti solidifies into a spongy wax. The sperm whale controls its internal temperature and can alter the density of the spermaceti organ to act as ballast when diving. The oil can be burned in lamps and was used to light village houses right up to 2006, when electricity reached Lamellera. At the end of the process, everything has been cut, dried, salted, and stored. All that remains of the animal are a few bits of skeleton that the tide will soon wash out to sea. Life goes back to its usual slow pace until the next whale kill. This was the 25th sperm whale killed in just the last 4 months. At a conservative estimate, we're talking about several tons of food per slaughtered whale, in addition to the dolphins, rays, sharks, swordfish, and other fish caught every day. Yet, the total population, including the surrounding area, is no more than 2,000. Every Thursday, the women of Lamellera attend a market in the neighboring village. Here they can pick up things they need that the ocean does not provide. The road linking the villages, not built until the early 2000s, affords a mobility that has begun to open up the world. Goods and commodities of all kinds can now be transported more easily, but it takes money to pay for them. While barter is still common, villagers increasingly want to sell their products for cash.
In the market, we figured that a package of whale meat like this, that contains 2 or 3 pieces, is worth about $1. So whale meat is not worth much compared to other types of fish or even some vegetables that are not very common here, like carrots. But what doesn't get sold, the woman will try to barter for something else.
Good?
She's traded this for a root vegetable, and she'll do the same here. It's really barter. They're trading root vegetables for pieces of whale meat.
Not so long ago, whale meat was the basis of the local economy. But access to modern equipment and the free circulation of goods have altered life on this Indonesian island. Motorboats now set drift nets that catch vast numbers of fish. With modern technology being used to scoop up ever more marine life, some environmental groups have begun to question the legitimacy of traditions, especially where endangered species are concerned.
When I look back and compare the situation now to previous years, I'd say the catch has really gone down since the late 1980s. As far as protecting species is concerned, it's a noble cause. But I firmly believe that the resource will be here for hundreds of years to come.
We've always lived off what the sea gives us, and that includes whales. Some time ago, some people came to talk to us about protecting whales. But no one on La Malera agrees with them. What we are doing is legal. The International Court of Justice permits our traditional hunting practices. We fishermen work very hard. Sometimes we work almost 24 hours a day. We will never stop hunting the way we do, the way we've always done. Not long ago, the local government tried to make us give up hunting, but we refused because this is traditional hunting and because all of the equipment we use is made by hand. No one can stop us from doing this. It would be an insult to our ancestors.
It may be hard to accept that this can still qualify as traditional fishing, especially compared to the way things were done before outboard motors came on the scene. They chase a killer whale, but the animal is fast. Dolphins. This time the boat was able to catch up to the fleeing animal.
When we go out to sea and harpoon a dolphin, what we see is not a beautiful, intelligent animal. What we see more than anything else is an animal that, once we get it back to the village, will feed our families. We believe it's important to strike a dolphin's snout to shorten its suffering. That technique has been passed down from our ancestors.
During one maneuver, disaster strikes. The motorboat has struck the harpooner, causing a serious head injury.
John, can we go to Ulandoni because the local hospital nearby? Like just in front of our boat. Oh yeah, okay.
We quickly get the injured man to the village. On the way back, another unforgettable event brings a difficult day to a close. A crew member spots a familiar shape, and the boat makes straight for this shadow on the surface. The sight of an enormous manta ray sends the hunters into a frenzy. They struggle mightily to capture the animal. Since we arrived, we've been wondering about middlemen, foreign buyers who might be reselling some products of the marine harvest. But no one was prepared to discuss it. The standard response was that what happens here is subsistence hunting and fishing, not commercial. Our rescue of the wounded harpooner may explain his sudden and surprising willingness to talk.
For us, manta rays are a better catch than dolphins. In addition to their meat, there's also their gill rakers. The gill rakers bring in a lot. We get $50 a kilo for the gill rakers. We have a buyer here on the island. He sells them to a middleman who ships them to China. For shark fins, it's different. We have another buyer who ships them overseas. We get a lot of money for them too.
We know that Chinese importers pay a great deal of money for the gill rakers.
Did you know that the manta ray gill rakers you sell for $50 a kilo go for $500 a kilo on the market?
That's a big surprise. $500 sounds like a huge amount. But for us, $50 a kilo is still a tidy sum.
The devastating effect of middlemen is well known. We've witnessed it firsthand in several countries we've visited, where locals sell products to international buyers for resale in Asia. The price for shark fins or gill rakers from rays is skyrocketing, as is demand. In China, too, tradition is trotted out as an excuse when these delicacies from the sea end up in soup. In less than 15 years, La Malera has undergone a dramatic transformation. A road has been built, electricity has been installed, and gasoline-powered outboard motors have made things easier for fishermen. Progress has opened up markets, and some local products now make their way to China.
So it's been a good night's fishing on La Malera. Here on the beach this morning we find many different species, swordfish, mahi-mahi, but there are also a lot of fish that are on the endangered species list. This morning we see a number of species of shark. There are dolphins, a lot of rays, and especially hammerhead sharks. Worldwide stocks of hammerhead have dropped by 98% in the last few decades because of overfishing. But here there's an exception because of traditional fishing. It may be time to ask how far we're prepared to go in respecting cultures when we're talking about endangered species. We're also beginning to feel that we're wearing out our welcome here in the village. I think they'll start urging us to ship out pretty soon. They seem to be more and more annoyed by the camera, so this may soon be the end for us on La Malera.
In the US and in Japan, they use modern industrial fishing methods that really do endanger whales. That's not the case with us. But they want us to stop from hunting? Why don't they make them stop and leave us alone? If people think we're overfishing, they're not being fair. We go to sea to hunt in a traditional manner. We hunt and fish whatever we can find. If people are bothered by the way we do things here, that's their problem, not mine.
Our point of view usually depends on our values and our culture. It's easy to condemn, and for many of us, often our first instinct. But putting an end to the whale hunt will have major social consequences here. On the other hand, can we accept the status quo with no scientific tracking and oversight? Beyond any ideological position, one question remains fundamental and universal. How far are we prepared to go in harvesting species that are threatened with extinction? Indonesia has more species of plants and animals than almost any other area on the planet. Second only to Brazil. But this astonishing biodiversity is under threat. Every year, 2 million hectares of forest are cut down. Major corporations are turning these precious tropical forests into lucrative single-crop farms. It is the equivalent of 6 football fields disappearing every minute. The deforestation has many victims. Between 80 and 90% of forest species will die as a result of clear cutting. The original forest, bursting with life, is slashed, burned, obliterated, and replaced with orderly rows of palm trees to produce the most widely used vegetable oil in the world, palm oil. Our first stop is the island of Borneo, or Kalimantan. At 736,000 square kilometers, it's the fourth largest island on Earth. At the heart of these lush tropical forests lives a small, remarkably agile tree primate, the gibbon. Its characteristic song has become the forest anthem, a long lament with which it defines its territory. Of the 17 species of gibbons identified in the world, 7 live in the forests of Indonesia. All are threatened by the rapid disappearance of their habitat. The forests of Indonesia are home to a large variety of iconic species, like elephants and orangutans. But they struggle to survive in isolated patches of forest. In the last 50 years, Indonesia has lost over half of its forests. Without immediate action to stop the destruction, an estimated 98% of Indonesia's tropical forests could disappear in the near future. We might think Indonesians are seeing some benefit, some improvement to the local economy, in exchange for letting their forests, that have always been at the center of traditional culture, go up in smoke. Not so. Oil palm production requires little manpower, and most of the workers on these industrial farm operations earn less than the local minimum wage. But the most astonishing thing, when you walk through these giant plantations, is the silence.
At the foot of the trees are bunches like this, that are filled with what you could call the gold of these new Indonesian forests. This fruit is the basis of palm oil. It's very sad to see how life has disappeared from formerly thriving habitats.
Fortunately, some people are fighting for change, like Aurélien Brulé, who left his native France at 18 to settle in Indonesia. Aurélien was only 12 years old when he first encountered gibbons. Through the bars at a zoo, he spent many hours observing them. At 16, he wrote his first book on gibbons to the astonishment of specialists. Here, everyone calls him Cyanide, which means gibbon in Thai.
As a child, I wanted to leave France. I wasn't rejecting my country, I just knew it was going to happen. And in May 1998, I ended up in Jakarta and had a rude awakening. Because I'd always dreamt of living with the gibbons, in a little cabin in the woods surrounded by animals, and yet I quickly saw that if I was going to help them, that wasn't going to happen. I witnessed deforestation on a scale I could never have imagined. The entire forest is being attacked. 90% of the forest had been handed over to the logging companies. So the primeval jungle, the virgin forest, forget it. That only exists on the highest peaks of the central mountains of Borneo. So I had to deal with reality. I'd also forgotten that Indonesia has a large human population with complex cultural and societal values. Many people keep gibbons as pets.
Gibbons are often killed during deforestation. The baby, clinging to its slaughtered mother's belly, will be captured and sold. Trafficking in wild animals is illegal in Indonesia, but is still widespread.
I understood that saving gibbons was going to be a lot more complicated than my childhood dream, which was to throw open cages and set the animals free. I spent a year negotiating with the forestry department for permission to create the first gibbon conservation program. I had no money. I was 18, a complete unknown. That's when I woke up and saw that to save the gibbons, I was going to have to do it with and for the local people. Welcome to Calawate.
Oh, thanks.
In 1998, the Calawate Association was formed. Today, it's the largest gibbon protection project in the world.
We're approaching the first two buildings of Calawate. The animals are around back. The 147 gibbons, the bears, and crocodiles are behind the buildings, so that anyone coming up from the river won't be able to get at them directly.
So you're not open to the public?
Absolutely not. The only human contact the animals have is with team members.
So the idea is to recreate natural living conditions for the animals.
That's right. To let them socialize, to let them become gibbons again. They've lived with humans for many years. We pair them off and isolate them together in the forest so they can learn to have a normal social life and basically learn to become gibbons again. Throughout the Indonesian archipelago, we estimate there are 6,000 gibbons in captivity. Where do they come from? From the forest. The mother is killed and the baby clinging to her belly is captured. And they become living playthings. They're toys. People play with them for a while, then stick them in a cage where they die. It's sad, but this is increasingly common. More and more animals are being held in captivity because so many are caught during habitat destruction. So the logger moonlights as a poacher. They cut down the forest, leaving a little stand of trees where the gibbons are easy to catch. Then they sell them. That's why the conditions at Calawate, even though unfortunately the animals have to be caged, are a world apart from the conditions they were in when they were rescued. This is a socialization cage. We keep the younger ones together in groups like this. Then once they're fully mature, we separate them into mating pairs. Watch it, she's trying to.
And the main reason there's not much chance they can be released back into the wild is because there is so little forest left.
Yes, where any forest remains, there are already too many gibbons. Any that survived the clear cutting have taken refuge in isolated patches of forest, and since they're very territorial, they're already killing each other. So I can't release these animals. That's what's so frustrating. I came to Borneo 15 years ago to set the animals free, and I'm now keeping several gibbon families caged here at Calawate because there is nowhere to release them.
So more deforestation will only increase the problem.
Yes, and that's why Calawate has to get involved in habitat protection. Not so I can release my gibbons, but so that the gibbons in the forest can stay there. This is Leo. He escaped from one of the cages and attacked another gibbon. It just goes to show that gibbons are extremely aggressive among themselves. His wrist was so badly injured we had to amputate. We have to be on the lookout for it with the gibbons. I can't put more than 2 adults in an enclosure, and that makes it tricky. With orangutans, you can put 15 or 20 individuals on an island. With gibbons, or a gibbon pair, I can give them 15 hectares, and if I add any more, they'll start to fight.
So with this amputation, his chances of ever being released are...
He stands almost no chance of ever being released, but that doesn't mean we won't try to find him a mate, another gibbon who can never return to the wild, so that he can have a social life in a large enclosure at Calawate. We have a sanctuary as well. 25% of the animals here can never be released because of illness or injury. So it's important for us to give them a decent life, even in captivity.
You're taking a blood sample to see if the gibbon has contracted any human diseases?
Yes. We'll find out if the gibbon has hepatitis, for example, or any other strictly human disease. Gibbons often get infected when they're kept as pets. And if they test positive for any of these diseases, they'll never be released.
The team at Calawate is made up of veterinarians and local workers inspired by Shani's passion. Around 50 people are employed at the 2 conservation centers, caring for these animals displaced by deforestation.
Shani is really committed to saving the world, the animals in the world. I've seen him fight for the last 11 years, and he's completely dedicated.
Yes, I am proud to be the part of Calawate. The good thing about Shani is he's very inspiring, and he's very dedicated in what he's doing. You know, what with Calawate being growth this huge.
Feeding time comes twice a day, and everyone pitches in. Here at the only conservation center in Borneo, over 5 tons of food, mostly fruit, is served up to the 100 or so captive residents.
So this is a different setup. Are they in quarantine?
Not anymore. We've set them up as a pair while they wait for a larger enclosure. It's a richer environment, and they make a good couple. You can see the female is a bit shyer than the male. And the male is eyeballing us with that typical chewing motion that means, watch it, if you come in here, I'll get you.
He dreamt of living in the heart of the jungle with his Gibbon friends. He pictured them free, without bars. That's what he came here for. But in Borneo, Shani soon learned that his childhood dreams were unattainable, that the vast old-growth Indonesian forest he'd imagined were a thing of the past, wiped out by the insatiable maw of big business in cahoots with corrupt officials. These large enclosures stand in for the forest, and the man who dreamt of freedom can't simply open the cage. Today, for Shani and his dedicated team, the only option is saving life where it still exists.
We approach with 2 blowpipes. Only Nanto has a dart, but we confuse her, so she won't know where the dart is coming from. That way she'll be in a good position because we need to hit her in the thigh. It's tricky.
And this is the latest arrival?
Yes, so we need to examine her. Perfect. Perfect. Nanto is a Dayak, and the blowpipe is their traditional weapon. She got the full dose, so she should be asleep in 10 minutes. Here, Jean, help me out. Take her and put her on the table while I take my shoes off. Take one arm, and then the other. There. Lin will come with you. She's a white-bearded gibbon.
A white-bearded gibbon. They have quite a set of teeth.
Ah, yes. And as you can see, they cut off her fangs. It's common when they start to get aggressive. They were cut right through. She should have fangs 2 to 2.5 centimeters long. Captured gibbons that are sold as pets get aggressive as they grow older, so people cut off their fangs in an attempt to control them. It's done with a hacksaw without anesthetic, so you can imagine what that's like.
But the aggression arises naturally as the animal starts to mature. It's a natural instinct.
Yes, at sexual maturity. In the wild, gibbons are rejected by their parents. When they're raised by human parents who don't reject them at maturity, the child has to initiate the separation. The gibbons declare their independence by getting aggressive. The life expectancy of a gibbon in captivity is 7 years, max. In the wild, it's 30 years. I'm lucky. I've known what I wanted to do since I was a child. When I was 12, I met one particular monkey in the zoo near my house in the south of France. It was a gibbon. I had a lot of questions because the animals were kept in solitary cages. It seemed wrong to me, and I wondered why. I realized that to be able to help them, I had to understand them. I went to see the zoo director and ended up spending every Wednesday at the zoo. I began to hate seeing the animals in cages. I wanted to travel to see them in the wild, to see real gibbons. I wanted to help them, but I had no tools. I didn't know what I could do. I often say I had to learn to speak Gibbon. And that takes time. You need to take the time to observe. And today, I often observe things that I remember from my days as a kid in front of the gibbon cage at the zoo. So that has proven really useful, because gibbons are unique among animals in that they're monogamous and that they choose each other according to their personalities. So figuring out the gibbon's secret is above all getting to know the personality of each individual. Not giving these animals a second chance. I'm giving them a decent life, which they deserve. They didn't choose captivity. They didn't choose to be caught by poachers. It's our duty as human beings. I'm contributing by having these animals serve as wildlife ambassadors, to give us the means and the tools to protect those who are still in the trees. It's a global problem and very complex. The situation in Indonesia is dire. The worst deforestation on the planet is taking place in Indonesia. It's proceeding at an alarming rate, and it makes me so angry. I've been here for 15 years. I remember places that were densely forested. The first Galapagos camp was 3 hours by boat from the nearest village. Today, the plantation is only half an hour away. Once the palm oil plantations are there, it's over. No forest will ever grow there because the soil has been stripped away. In those areas, the forest with all its inhabitants and all its biodiversity is lost forever.
Here on the foot, you can see the soil is very moist.
Yes. The first thing they do before cutting down the trees is dig canals to drain the forest. They get rid of all the water before starting to cut. So there's a great risk of fire in the dry seasons. The original forest would be flooded at least 4 times a year.
We're right beside the road here.
Yes. Usually the companies stay away from the roads, but in this case, they're working with locals, landowners and villagers, to set up plantations along the road. Then the property owners will sell the bunches of oil palm fruit to the companies.
Right, so it's not just the great forest that you can see from the road, but there's also cooperation with local farmers.
People are pressured to grow oil palms because they know that the nearby companies will buy the bunches from their plantations. So a company that owns 15,000 hectares will be able to harvest fruit from almost double that amount of land.
That's sad.
Very sad. There's nothing left. No gibbons, no life.
Under international pressure, the Indonesian government has created national parks and reserves, but it hasn't made much difference on the ground. The bureaucracy is such that some oil palm plantations operate with impunity inside national parks. The spread of these large corporations leaves very little land for the locals. So education has become a real force for changing hearts and minds.
To do that, to have a few victories, to save the forest, to save the animals, you can't accomplish anything alone. You need support. Lots of support. And in order to rally people to the cause, the message has to be positive. We need to be able to report victories. Ecology is our future. It's not a quote-unquote pain in the neck, which is how it comes across the media. People go home, turn on the TV, and get a lecture. I want to do just the opposite. That's what I do on Radio Calawate. Our message is that ecology is positive, it benefits us all, and it can be fun. Saving an animal is fun. You go to bed at night, damn, today I made a difference.
To communicate with the people around, Calawate has its own radio station.
Oke, ketemu lagi dengan Shani di 99,1 FM. Seperti biasa kita akan bahas masalah lingkungan. Jangan lupa buat kamu yang pelihara satwa liar seperti wawa, orangutan, beruang, ular mungkin. Jangan sampai menyiksa mereka di kandang. Biarlah mereka kembali ke alam. Untuk itu hubungi Yayasan Calawate di 0813 492 17991 atau langsung datang di kantor Calawate di Jalan Pinus nomor 28. Sekarang kita simak lagu favorit kamu dan kita kembali setelah kurang lebih 45 menit. Jangan kemana-mana, tetap di 99,1.
On air for 10 years, Calawate is the #1 radio station and actively participates in Indonesian life. The voice of Calawate is now heard everywhere and broadcasts its conservation message.
Ataupun lewat email buat kamu yang mungkin mau bagikan informasi mengenai
There's a tremendous lack of information. You mustn't think all Indonesians are bad because they keep gibbons. They're simply uninformed. That's where Radio Calawate makes a difference. When we explain, you know your pet gibbon who died after 7 years? It didn't die of old age, but at sexual maturity. That knowledge alone will make some people think and bring us their animals.
99,1 FM Calawate Radio, the best music for life. Dan kita potong.
The solution is with young people. They're the future, and they'll be making the decisions in a few years. They have the energy to promote Calawate and go out and save animals. So the primary objective at Radio Calawate is to be heard. Then we'll start to promote awareness among young people whose main interest is not in saving gibbons. And it's working because over 60% of the animals we get at Calawate Borneo are from listeners. Listeners are doing our work for us. It's the schoolgirl who says to her friend, "I'm worried you have a gibbon at home. You should listen to Radio Calawate and call them."
Calawate Radio, 99.1 FM.
That's how we get animals. We're a very small center, yet we get a lot of information out, and we save a lot of animals. Because of all these listeners who quote-unquote work for us, who send us texts, emails, or call the hotline for us to come and help an animal who's in bad shape. Or who get us to intervene between wild animals and villagers. We recently took in a bear who was on a balcony. Some oil palm workers had captured a bear and were keeping it on a balcony. Some listeners let us know. Because the bear often fell off the balcony. Having all these listeners gives us real power because, again, we're a small team with very limited means, but we have the support of 10 to 15,000 listeners 24/7 who text us information.
Whether it's a bear, a critically endangered crocodile, or a snake, whenever conflict arises between animals and humans, Calawate intervenes to try to find a solution that works for everyone.
This is what my life's about, doing positive things around me. I can't do otherwise. I can't explain why. At any rate, I know one thing. When I come home with Prada, with my children, I go to bed at night proud of what I'm doing. I can't explain why, but this is what I'm meant to do. I came to Indonesia to save gibbons, and I stayed because I fell in love with Indonesia. Because all my little victories, no matter how small, have been won with the support either of the locals or of my team, and obviously all the people around me are Indonesians. So this has truly become my country. I now have Indonesian citizenship, and I'm proud because it gives me a certain legitimacy to say, look, we have to protect the forest, we must. I'm fighting for my country, and that's an additional incentive to be even more effective.
one of your essential tools is your paraglider.
Yes, it's extremely effective because it takes so little effort. In a single half-hour flight, I can evaluate the situation in a reserve of over 1,000 hectares. It would take days on foot to ensure that there was nothing to worry about. I can also keep an eye on areas that are being cleared. This shows a path that was made in the interior. It's the first step before clear cutting. It's an access to the forest. And there they've started clearing and you can see what's going on. So that's clear cutting. And they've also set fibers to be able to cut faster. So that forest is on fire.
But there must be a risk of the fires spreading.
A great risk, but that's actually what they want. To set a fire and burn as much as possible, so it's easier to burn the forest into a plantation. These fires don't get out of control, they are deliberately set to spread as far as possible. That's why there are dozens of fires lit here and there, so as much as possible will burn. The longer the dry season, the happier the oil palm industry is, because they can, unfortunately, convert the forest more quickly.
Isn't it against the law?
Absolutely. But this goes on every year in Borneo and Sumatra. The haze will even go beyond the country's border. That's how huge the fires are.
In addition to public health issues caused by the ever-present haze in the cities, the forest fires send all the carbon stored in the trees throughout their lifetimes up into the atmosphere. Deforestation is responsible for 20% of annual worldwide greenhouse gas production.
When I created this reserve in Borneo, I did it with the authorities, with the locals. It was an ideal conservation organization. Then came elections. Attitudes and interests changed, and they're now cutting down the forest, so we can say goodbye to the animals we released into the wild. What will happen to those animals? I've devoted 11 years of my life to a reserve in Borneo. 11 years of work, money, and patrols. Today, as we speak, this forest is being clear-cut. And the orangutans and gibbons who call it home? Sorry. That was the end for me. Now I don't take risks. I buy the land. If I'm permitted to, under Indonesian law, now that I'm a citizen, I will buy up as much as possible. Even if in terms of conservation, I'm not sure it's the best option. But if we want to be as certain as possible that we can save the forest, we have to buy patches of forest. Create private conservation zones.
Buying the forest to preserve it. With few means, Shani opened a second conservation center in the neighboring island of Sumatra. That's where he's buying up sections of forest and protecting it from attack from big corporations.
With 1,000 euros, we can save 1 hectare. A family of gibbons needs 15 hectares. 15,000 euros will save a gibbon family forever. That is very concrete. And if we own the forest, we can put protection measures in place without having to seek authorization from any elected official, who may change every 5 years, or lobby authorities for which there is never a guarantee. This is completely different. Someone cuts down a tree on my reserve, it's as if someone came into my house to rob me. I call the local police who do their job. Welcome to Kalawit, Sumatra.
At the high point of his reserve, we witness the morning spectacle of a family of wild gibbons. Free on land rich in a variety of species, in the heart of a section of forest protected by Kalawit.
It's wonderful because looking down, you can see wild animals, which is almost impossible when you walk through the forest.
Yes, it's one of the few places where you can observe wild gibbons at eye level. This is a family of 5. And it's great because the male has light-colored fur and the female is black, so you can see patches of color moving through the forest.
That young one seems pretty lively.
Yes, that's typical of gibbons. He's almost 2, still close to his mother, but he moves around on his own, jumping around to the annoyance of his parents.
There's a specific dynamic in terms of their songs. There are 2 almost identical songs in the same family.
Yes, gibbons use song to protect their territory, but not any song. It's a duet between the male and the female. The female will sing a crescendo that lasts 18 seconds. And if there's a young female, she will try to imitate her mother. Over time, her song will become identical to her mother's. And when her song is perfect, we know she's about to mature. It's the same for a young male. He'll spend time with his father and learn to be a male by imitating dad. So from a distance, even if you can't see them, you can tell how many are in the family, the sex of each individual, and the extent of their territory because they sing all around the borders.
What's amazing is to see that the work you do with the cages, with conservation, now allows you to buy sections of forest to protect it.
Yes. Thanks to the animals you hear in the background singing in their cages, I can protect the wild ones. This is why I came to Indonesia, to see wild gibbons and protect them. And we're doing just that here at Calawate Reserve, the forest we bought. I can touch that goal with my fingertips. Saving gibbons means saving trees, which saves all the animals. So that's a priority, especially in Indonesia, where deforestation is moving so quickly. We have no time to lose, and the best way to proceed is to buy up the forest.
Shani installs motion-activated cameras to do an inventory of the animals who come to his private preserve.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
A pig-tailed macaque.
They stay on the ground.
They do. They eat fallen fruit. The camera trap allows us to identify species in the interior, and for large animals like the tapir, to recognize individual animals, so we'll know how many there are.
So the cameras are revealing the wealth of the forest.
We know how rich the forest is, and the camera lets us show it to others. We've had bears caught on camera. We have videos, photos of the golden cat, an elusive panther. These are little victories that allow us to shout a little louder, "Hey, help us because the forest is rich. We have the evidence. Here, look." In Indonesia, the first big victory, and we have the necessary tools to win it, is to ensure that zones protected under Indonesian law, all the existing national parks, all the existing reserves, are well and truly protected on the ground. We have the tools we need, the law's on our side. National parks and reserves have already been created. But it's clear to see that in Indonesia, the way the law is enforced is not what people are used to in developed countries.
We try to meet the minister responsible for forests, to ask for explanation, to try to understand why conservation measures passed by this government weren't enforced on the ground.
We're from Canada. We're filming a TV show about the forests of Indonesia.
Yes.
Is it possible to, after your talk, to just ask you a few questions? But after your talk? Just 5 minutes after your talk?
That day, the minister announced another bill in response to international pressure. A plan to reforest areas destroyed by monoculture.
Ada 56 ya, 56 lembaga konservasi kita di seluruh tanah air.
The Indonesian president launches a campaign to replant 1 million trees. It's a joke. Cancel one oil palm company and you'll save way more than 1 million trees. And you won't have to spend a fortune getting trees, planting them, and so forth. It's just a big joke, a farce. This is also a very corrupt country. Indonesia is the 5th most corrupt country in the world, so you have to deal with that. I can't remake Indonesia. My goal is to save gibbons, save the forest, so I do anything I can to achieve that.
Calawate is a foundation that relies on public donations to survive. Will Shani's howl of distress be heard in our homes? We, major consumers of palm oil, can make a difference. This oil, used in food processing, cosmetics, and biofuels, can and should be subject to far more effective conservation measures. Respect of habitats and biodiversity should be required of palm oil producing countries before they are granted the right to exploit their forests.
The fight against palm oil is crucial, not just for the forest of Indonesia, which unfortunately is already severely affected by palm oil. Anything we can save in Indonesia is only a first step. But if we don't organize a defense, an offense against palm oil, then the industry will start the same process of destruction in Central Africa, in Gabon, especially, which is renowned for its lush forest. The oil palm corporations are already there, and in Latin America. That's why it's vital to have victories here, so that the pattern doesn't repeat so severely in other countries where palm oil exploitation is in its infancy. Just look at what's happened in Malaysia, which was one of the first countries targeted by palm oil and where little forest is left. The main thing is not to be pessimistic and not keep looking back saying, oh, look at what we've lost, what we're going to lose, it's a disaster. Yes, it is. So you have to roll up your sleeves, and that's what I'm doing. Oh, he's scared. That's Tante.
As a child, Aurélien Brulé had a crazy dream of going to live with gibbons, free, in the heart of the old-growth forests of Indonesia. His journey led him to confront a sobering reality, where nature is under attack from all sides in the name of short-term profit, no matter what the long-term consequences may be. Far too often, avarice kills life.
I can't imagine anyone thinking Calawate is a solution. It's often presented as such. Yes, we're doing amazing work, but we won't save the gibbon. Not the gibbon. We're saving some gibbons. And there's a huge difference. We're not saving the forest. We're saving bits of forest. Fragments, pockets. But if we don't do it, we'll lose everything, so we have to do it. Maybe there'll be a study in 30 years in Borneo and we'll have saved 2% of the forest. Yeah, but it's not all gone. We have to focus on that, because if we don't act now, if nothing is done, we'll lose everything.
This man of nature has led the fight of his life, a life dedicated to saving gibbons and the many species that live within the last great forests on the planet. His new dream now allows him to save much more than gibbons. It's allowing other species to survive as well. And in an interconnected world where the fate of one species depends on the fate of others, Shani, in his own way, is also fighting for our survival.